rescue. And actually, the water incidents are actually the highest of all our incidents within Clearwater County. And the other thing too that's interesting is RCMP is actually in charge of all inland waters within Canada, and that is documented in a court case that we'll talk about a little bit later. One of the things that's been really good actually is Clearwater Regional has been excellent to work with the water stuff. They've basically dispatched us to a lot of the incidents. We have an informal agreement right now with them, and it's something that we want to get more formalized. But I have to say that working alongside with them has been a pleasure here as well. The other thing too that's unique in 2020, actually it's the first time in the history here, is RCMP did not use their boat in 2020 for any rescues. Previous years, we used to get a mix of dispatching between RCMP and Clearwater Regional, probably more so from Clearwater Regional than the RCMP, but I don't know if it's just priorities are shifting. But one of the things that we've been informed is that RCMP actually should be doing all the dispatching and actually in charge because it is their mandate. And I think that's why it's so important to have the joint water team as well. It'll help provide more clarification for the RCMP so they don't have to try to call two different organizations. They can make one phone call, we can train together, and it's done there. And one of the things too we want to discuss is there's an incident in Lake Newell, and there's a lot of learnings there that we can take from as well. And Monica, if you can speak to this incident.
Yeah, I had friends who actually attended this incident, and it was a fatality. I don't know if you remember it in the news. And again, there were some lessons learned because the little girl there did die, and there were multiple mistakes made basically at this incident. Some of them again were around lack of clarity of who is to do what. Handshake arrangements that had been made ahead of time that when they were called upon didn't actually come through. And I felt really bad for all the people involved because it was a highly, highly emotional incident. I knew that the pilot flying the helicopter for STARS actually, and he was very, I found this very difficult incident for him at that time. But what it highlighted was the need for clarity around roles and responsibilities. It's disturbing to me that it happened in 2008 and here we are in 2020 and we're still trying to sort this out. So one of the reasons for this issue was around the boats that were used. The arrangement with STARS. STARS actually had an arrangement with the Calgary Fire Department. For whatever reason, that didn't work out. So the dive rescue team did not show up on scene, and again, a lot of complications. But what's interesting about it is this was a number of lawsuits that happened all around the same time. There was this one, there was the one in Golden, which was also a dispatching issue. Really, if you looked at the details of the issue at Golden, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it, but it was the husband and wife that went skiing, didn't show up for 9 days, stomped SOS in the snow, helicopter company saw it. The RCMP, there was confusion between the RCMP and the search and rescue team, no one got dispatched, everyone got sued. It was a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, and just so everyone knows, they didn't bring in experts from Canada, they brought in all the experts from the United States. So I think that this is why this is also important, just to get this clarified, to make sure that everyone is being protected under the law and that we're dealing with these things in a responsible but the best way that we possibly can to keep everyone protected. Anything else to add, Steve?
Yeah, I think just going back to there, like the one part too is actually in court when they did it, it was done there. You can actually look at the incident online. But within that document, it says what they wanted was what they recommended was a community interagency emergency marine rescue plan be developed in areas with a significant body of water. We have two significant bodies of water in Clearwater County. One is the North Saskatchewan River, and then the other is Abraham Lake. which is where the bulk of the water calls are. And so that's something that I think is warranted for Clearwater County, is to have this interagency rescue plan. So everyone knows ahead of time, before we even get to an incident, what's happening, who's in charge, who's leading what. And then the next part, which is unique, and actually it says RCMP, being mandated by law and police to be in charge of all water rescues in Alberta, must do that, even if they partially delegate. So they still can delegate. Another unique thing too is Brooks Fire Department ended up getting a brand new boat after this incident as well. So RCMP still is in charge, but they actually use Brooks Fire Department. They actually don't use their own boat down there. So they are relying on it, but it's still them that are doing that. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned, obviously. And I think the biggest one that we can take out there is to work collaboratively. We have incidents, as we showed at the beginning of the presentation, is they are increasing within Clearwater County. And no one agency can do this work alone. Like, we need to work together. We all come with different specialties and resources. And again, there's little things like rope rescue. Clearwater Regional has a rope rescue team, and I think that's a great thing. And a good example is if you have a vehicle over an embankment, they're right there. Why wouldn't you have a group to be able to deal with that right on the side of the road? By the time we were to get the call and get mustered up, there'd be a delay there, and we don't want a delay there. We have other missions too that are complex, which we'll talk about next too, that are technical in nature. They kind of are front country, but there's a lot of nuances there. Another thing on search and rescue missions that's been really good with the fire department here is their drone program. We've been able to, through the RCMP, request use of the drones. I look at it, and I'll be honest, at work, we have drones as well. We spent a lot of money. We spent a ton of money putting people through the training. And we realized that there's so much red tape involved with it that our drone has been just sitting there for the last couple of years, not getting the use. And I'm looking at that as something as Rocky Star. I don't want to go through all the red tape and all that. The folks that are on with Clearwater Regional with the drones are doing an excellent job. And why wouldn't we just use a resource that's already there instead of trying to double up? There. Other things that have been really good is scene lighting, highway closures. If we need to land a helicopter as well, we need to be working together there too. And water rescue, because it is the highest one there, again, it speaks to the need for a joint team led and dispatched by the RCMP. We just want to show where we have worked really good together, and we'll just move to the Crescent Falls example here. Monica, she was actually the SAR manager on the scene, so maybe I can lean on her to talk about this one a little bit more.
As you're aware, it was a very tragic event, and what was positive about it was the cooperation between all the agencies involved. And there were numerous agencies. You can see some in the picture that we put the RCMP to work at the front, pulling on the rope. And
I really like that picture because it's search and rescue, fire department, parks, and RCMP, all pulling on a rope together.
Yeah, so it was an excellent example of how we can all work together, especially in a highly emotionally charged situation, I would say. And the cooperation and for all intents and purpose, that recovery, such that it went quite well. There's a few hiccups here and there, but for the most part, the relationships and the working relationship was excellent. And then I think it's something that we all want to strive for, is that type of working relationship. Again, I think clarity around roles, and this was a good one. Everyone supported, and it was a great working environment for that. And I think you need that, because when you have those, and those who have been in emergency services like Cammy and anyone else, when you have a highly charged emotional event, you want to make sure everybody is clear on their roles before they get there, because those are the types of events where things can go wrong.
Could I interject kind of quickly? One of the things that has come through from, before this, actually, where this kind of really highlighted it, was we're working on the definitions as well as roles and responsibilities, who's responsible for what parts of rescues and those kinds of things. And I know Steve DeBain from the fire department's been working on it, Ed Van Heer's been working on it, and we're starting to work through that. And we're just kind of letting you know as a council that we are doing this and we're going to be doing it more. And it's local here, and we're doing it here. Part of the reason for that is we actually do have a really good working relationship together. A lot of the province does not. Now I'm speaking from SAR Alberta, and we are hoping, in some respects, to have Clearwater County and our search and rescue group be a model for the rest of the province to be able to show them how it works. So.
And I will speak, as president of SAR Alberta, I can, I had a brief conversation with the president of the Rural Municipalities Association, the new one, Paul McLaughlin, and he's aware that this is an issue in other parts of the province as well. But I can tell you in other parts of the province, there's not good working relationships between fire and search and rescue. Other parts of the province, search and rescue has excellent working, again, on Grand Prairie being another example where they have an excellent working relationship with their fire department. But they also have a different makeup of their team. Rocky Search and Rescue specializes in mountain rescue. Grand Prairie's team is a highly advanced medical team. They have a lot of advanced medical people on that team. So they work a lot with the fire department anyway. But yeah, it's not the same across the province. So we're hoping, like Doug said, we can build a good model here, seeing as how 3 members of SAR Alberta actually sit on Rocky Search and Rescue as well.
Yeah, and I think just one thing too with the Crescent Falls example too is this is where it gets complex. This is a front country one. It's right next to the road and everything. But when you look at all the technicalities involved here with the swift water component, the technical rope rescue component when we're doing recoveries, we're also in technical terrain going down there too. So that's where our mountain rescue team comes as well. And a lot of them wear 2 hats, both mountain rescue and swift water. And then even the helicopter extraction for some of the recoveries as well. Like, not one agency can do a call like this on their own. And I think this brings us into our next steps, what we're looking there too. And maybe I'll get Doug to talk on this slide.
The next steps basically from here, we're looking at a possible, we've talked about a memorandum of understanding. We have a bit of one already with regarding some of the funding that we get from the council. Some of it's going to be just even making the definitions more clear, and that'll be probably more between the fire department and RCMP and us than anything else. But that's part of it as well, but I think we need to have it in writing and actually clear. So clarifying those roles and responsibilities, and if a call comes in, who's actually in charge of it. And formalizing a bit this joint water rescue team between the fire department and search and rescue. It's a handshake agreement right now, and we need to kind of formalize that and kind of go forward. One of the members of the fire department has kind of taken it on as a lead, and he's been excellent, and we're continuing to work with that, but I think we need to formalize it a bit.
And I just want to interject on that formal joint team as well. A significant portion of our expenses is swift water when you look at the training and stuff like that. So if we're already doing joint training with the fire department, is that something that maybe the municipality can just cover our costs there, and then we can reallocate those dollars to other things too, maybe new ropes and stuff like that. So that's one thing that we wanted to see if we can get from council and approval to go there too. It's right now we are separately invoicing. Rocky SAR will invoice the provider, and then the fire department will as well. And if we can just have one invoice and perhaps come under the umbrella and wing there, I think it would help out with us too. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, another thing, and I know the RCMP isn't here, and I don't want to throw them under the bus, but they've had a number of changes within the dispatching here, or within the detachment here. It's left a bit of a void in some respects because they're not sure what their responsibilities are. And that's why I'd like to do a joint meeting with them to talk about roles and responsibilities. And I know our fire department has stepped into roles that should be RCMP. because the RCMP haven't done it. And that's okay because somebody had to. And we've tried to jump in and do that as well. And so I think our definitions with them needs to come in a lot more clearly and what their roles are. So that's part of that. The other one is, I think, we've had an unofficial agreements with things like parks and environment, and they come out and they do a huge job helping us out there, and there's a bunch of things that they do for us. We have no formal agreements with them, so I think we need to formalize that as well. Yeah.
And I was just gonna say, if the fire department didn't step up this past year, we would have had a fatality on our hands. There was a young girl in Abraham Lake who was hypothermic. And because of a little bit of the turnover with the RCMP, that would have been ugly. So I have to say and commend the fire department for stepping up there, because it could have been really ugly otherwise. So, and I really appreciate them using us too, because if our members aren't engaged, we're not going to have Rocky Star either. So we need the incidents to keep folks going, and it's a special drive there. So that's all I have to add. I don't know if there's anything else yourself.
I just wanted to speak to the point on the development of the pre-plans. That's another example we're trying to work on with search and rescue and the provincially. So search and rescue locally is working with the Forestry, Alberta Environment and Parks and the RCMP and Environment and Parks at regional level, I believe, actually, not just locally, but regionally, to develop pre-plans for some of these incidences. So, which is including maybe, well, Steve can speak to it because he sits on that sort of committee as well. And Kananaskis is also a part of that, to look at some of the pre-plans for search and rescue in the backcountry, which would include where do you need maybe areas for helicopter pads so that you can do extractions. What areas do we need to focus on for evacuation? There was a fire at Ahlstrom Lake this year, and there was a bunch of people up there. We were told by the aircraft firefighting it that if the wind had shifted, there would have been a big problem, because there would have been close to 100 people probably trapped up there in behind that fire. So, and it is not, so it's not a new thing. New Zealand has pre-plans for a lot of their areas. Other parts, BC does some of them. North Shore Search and Rescue does a lot of them. If you look at North Shore Search and Rescue, which is the busiest team in Canada. So it's another area where Rocky Search and Rescue is sort of taking the lead and saying, let's develop these pre-plans for our county and the areas that we go to, and so that everybody has a plan before we even show up. So kudos to Rocky for that.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much what we have there. And so it's a work in progress. There's a lot of work going on behind the scenes right now. A lot of good work and a lot of good folks involved. But that's really what we have today. And we're welcome to any questions you may have for any of us.
Recognizing that I'm assuming there will probably be a number of questions, and we've got a limited amount of time. So we'll try to be succinct with our questions. I will say one thing that kind of caught my attention was you said that the fire department had to step in when the RCMP weren't there. That's a little alarming to me, because I believe we would own the liability that goes with that in that event as well. So that whole Newell incident was an eye-opener for anybody in that emergency services industry. So that's a little bit of a concern. So I'm looking forward to the work that you are doing jointly to try to not have that happen. Other questions?
Just a quick response to that is our goal here is to make sure that none of us get sued.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
I have a whole page of questions, but in the essence of time, I'm just going to keep to a few. There's some things that popped out at me. My husband and I used to belong to Search and Rescue, and back in the early 1990s when it started up, and Steve, you made a comment that the calls come in at the most inconvenient time for families, and that is certainly true, and I was usually the one that had to stay back with the babies, and my husband would go. But, you know, actually talked to my husband about this last night, because he was involved for about 10 years. And what was interesting, back then it was all under the RCMP. We trained with the RCMP. I can list the members right now that we trained with. Fire was never called. Never. There was clarity in roles. And I can't help but wonder if with the 911 system, if that has maybe caused some confusion. The calls will come into 911. Maybe those calls are getting dispatched to fire. Maybe they're jumping on it and calling you as a backup. When I see search and rescue should be called. You're the ones with the training. You have the insurance. It comes under the province. And I certainly don't want to see our municipality get sued. And I'm also thinking about duplication and costs. You guys are true volunteers. We're not paying you for your training and your services comes under the province. And anyways, I have concerns, but maybe you could talk about the 911 and if you see that as a problem.
You want me to talk?
Yeah, you go ahead now. I'll jump in.
Basically, yes, we agree dispatch is a problem. And when you call in, you get three response. What's your emergency? Do you need police, fire, or ambulance? There is no search and rescue in there, which is fine because it should be the RCMP first. But unfortunately, I don't know if it's from K Division or from whatever reason, it seems that the RCMP have kind of defaulted on some of the stuff there, and they don't even understand their roles right at this point in time. So provincially, we're talking to them about that, and they're part of our couple of $1 million grant that we're applying for is to get them on board and working with things and getting their definitions done as well. The other part of it is we're talking about how do we fix dispatch? Because if somebody calls in and says, I've had an ATV accident, it goes as a motor vehicle accident at this point in time, which goes to the fire department.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say one thing there too. I look at our members and we are strapped. I'll be honest, we are trying to do a lot with the helicopter stuff, with the rope stuff and everything else. And when you look at the number one thing that we get is water calls. We can't do it alone. Like we need the fire department. They have a boat, and that's why we're pushing for a joint team. And we're gonna come up with it, and the reason why we need the joint team is we're also gonna get into those incidents in the Klein Canyon there, Bighorn River, South Ram River, where, you know what, you probably need a little bit more rope skills than the water skills, but you still have to have those fundamental water skills. That's why we can't just give up the water stuff either.
So,
Councillor Lang?
did
Ask
that answer
another-
your?
Yes.
I'll answer that too a little bit. There was the municipal affairs actually did have a project. They were working with STARS to see if STARS could patch search and rescue across the province. STARS does dispatch 5 or 6 teams in the southern part of Alberta, but various lawyers got a hold of it and it got stalled. So that was about 3 years ago. So it got stalled within municipal affairs and STARS. So again, because these are pretty complex issues that we're not going to fix at Clearwater County, we're trying to fix them provincially, but they do affect all counties, to be honest.
Okay, one more question, I guess. I hate to limit you. I'm grateful to have you come in, but I do know we have another delegation that we're already 15 minutes behind on. Last question.
Okay, Monica, you had mentioned that sort of the chain of command, or not the chain of command, but this is under municipal affairs and then it's under the fire commissioner. Is that a change from years ago? And is that why fires departments are getting more involved? I see it as a downloading onto municipalities. And our costs are going to go up and our firefighters are going to train for, I was looking at all this training here and it seems like the fire department's getting into a lot of it, and years ago there was only one. So is it under the fire commissioner's purview that you think there is problems and this fuzziness is being created?
For up until 2006, I believe, search and rescue didn't have a home anywhere in government. And then we were told we were going to go under the Solicitor General. Then they moved us from the Solicitor General to AEMA. Then AEMA split up and they moved us under the Office of the Fire Commissioner. There was some discussion at the time we should have maybe stayed with AEMA. Now the Fire Commissioner's office is saying there's nothing in writing to say that search and rescue was even under the Fire Commissioner. So that's why we've asked for some clarity at the ministerial level to sort a lot of this out. There have been different opinions by different fire commissioners over the years what search and rescue should and shouldn't be involved in, and what fire shouldn't and shouldn't be involved in. And so we're at the point where we're looking for clarity around all of that. It's time, and there is political support to get it sorted out. So that's kind of where it's at now. But yeah, I've been dealing with this issue for a long time, for lack of anything else to say.
All right, I actually have one last question, and then I know I'm going to sneak a question. Do you currently have access to the command trailer and the boat?
So basically, we just have to make one phone call to the fire department and they'll provide it there. But yeah, we do have access to it, but it is through the fire department that we have access to it.
It's become a little more difficult to get to the because we don't have the codes for the fire department yards and buildings. And the boat is now in the Rocky Mountain House town office, and yeah, the command post is in their yard here, and we don't have the codes for those. So we do have to make a phone call, but it's not, I won't say it's difficult, it's just a phone call.
That might be something that could be streamlined
Yeah.
through staff, I'm sure.
Yeah.
At any rate, in the essence of time, I have a whole swathe of questions, as does Councillor Lang and likely other councillors. We are running a little behind, and I do want to thank you on behalf of all of us and the folks who live here, who recreate here, who don't even know that you exist, but know that with a phone call, you'll come. Thank you for all the amazing work you do here and across the entire province and Canada. Your work is very valuable. We need to ensure your viability. Thank you so much for all that you do.
You're welcome.
And thanks for your time.
Yeah, and if you have questions, feel free to contact us if you want.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a quick break.
Hey, freeze these.
Oh, yes, we need a motion to receive this presentation as information. Councillor Lougheed, those in favor? That is carried. Are we good to go? Okay. So we're looking for a motion to authorize Alberta Paramedics Association Delegate Dusty Myshrall, I hope I haven't butchered that too bad, participation in council's meeting today via electronic communications. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? All right. So we have you, Dusty. We'll start with a round of introductions. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1.
Good morning, Darrell Vahid, Division 3.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Division 4.
Good morning, Dusty. Cami Laird, Division 2, and Reeve.
Good morning, Dusty. Teresa Lang, Division 5.
Good morning, Tim Hoven, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Dusty. Rick Emmons, CAO.
All right, we leave it to your capable hands to lead us through your presentation. And again, thank you for your patience with our tardiness. We're running a little bit behind.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everybody. It's a great opportunity to be here to talk about the staffing model that paramedics are facing and the impacts that it has on their communities. So I guess first is I'll try to get this presentation up, see if we can get it to share screen. It still does not appear to be letting me share the screen. I guess you guys can just only still see me, right? So maybe I'll just carry forward. You guys are okay with that, with the running the presentation aspect?
I'm sure we can manage. We do have a printed copy, I believe.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Dusty, I can run the presentation for you from this end. And
Okay.
if you want to just let me know when to advance to the next slide. Okay,
Awesome.
so just a minute. I'll just need a minute to get that set up.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. So maybe while she's setting that up, I'll just quickly introduce who I am.
Please
That's
do.
fine. So yes, my name is Dusty Myshrall. I'm the president of the Alberta Paramedics Association. I've been president of it for about 4 years now. I'm from Lac-La-Biche, is where I'm from. So I live in a rural community, and of course I see the impacts that this complex has on our community here. I also work in the public EMS system on the air ambulance. So I'm applying all over the province, meeting with people and seeing how the system works from a different perspective than what most people would see just by being on a ground ambulance in one local community. I've been a paramedic since 2003. Originally started in New Brunswick and moved out here in 2012, and I basically set up Alberta as my permanent home and new home, and absolutely love it here. So we travel to Rocky Mountain, has a lot actually for our summer camping. Really enjoy that area. Enjoy the fishing on the river there, and yeah. So if we're good to go, maybe I'll just get ready to the presentation now.
Yep, Tracy Lynn's ready.
Okay. So I'll start with kind of introducing what the Alberta Paramedics Association is. So we're an elected representative organization. We basically advocate for paramedics. Our main focus is the knowledge, skills, and wellness of practitioners. We look at the professional body into three main categories. There's the operations side, there is the regulator side, and then there is the association side. And so the operator side is pretty standard. That's how we function within the community. That's how we operate within the community. There are numerous different operators, not just emergency medical services, but there's industrial, there's air, there's education. I think it's about 20 different operators. The regulator is the provincial branch under Alberta Health, which is the Alberta College of Paramedics, so they regulate our profession. And they serve the interests of the public, and then for us, again, like I said, we take care of the knowledge, skills, and wellness of the practitioners. So what are we up to right now, and why am I here? Which is kind of the question I always get asked when we try to get into a council meeting. We identified a issue within the EMS system, which is impacting the rural municipalities. And if we could maybe just jump down to slide number 9, if you don't mind. And I don't mean to jump all over on you, but this is kind of the meat and potatoes of the presentation. What we've identified is that in urban centers, ambulances are on a 90-second shoot time. In rural communities, they're on a 8-minute shoot time. Now, what does shoot time mean? Essentially, that is the time it takes from when the 911 call is processed to the time that the ambulance starts moving. Now, people often ask, how is that possible? How is there such a difference? Well, in urban centers, paramedics, like I said, are on that 90-second shoot time. They're on shift for typically 12 hours a day, and they're required to be in the ambulance at all times. If you go outside the area, so in that slide 8 that I have up, that would be anything that's in the green dots. That would be areas that are covered by this 90-second shoot time. Now that's a standard time. That's a national standard. Outside of those areas, we get into the Corplex EMS staffing schedule, and again, that's the 8-minute shoot time. So paramedics are on call. They're not necessarily at the station, and they have 8 minutes to get ready, to get to the ambulance, and then start driving to the call. So when we talk about response times, a standard response time would be, in national target would be about the 8 to 10 minutes, 90% of the time for urban centers, and about 22 minutes for rural communities. But here in Alberta, because we're doing a very unique scheduling called Core Flex, which I'll get into a little bit more of how that works, we have that 22-minute response time, which we're not typically able to make, and in that 22 minutes is also that 8-minute shoot time. So just think if you're in your community, which Rocky Mountain House is certainly covered by a Core Flex staffing schedule, if you dial 911, you could be next door to the ambulance station, and while you think that ambulance may respond immediately, they'll actually could take up to 8 minutes to respond. Now, most paramedics out there try to get to the ambulance as fast as possible, but of course, I've worked that schedule, and 8 minutes goes by really fast when it's 2 in the morning and you're laying in bed because you have to have rest, and I get up and get ready to go to the call, and it's -30 out and get your vehicle started and get to the ambulance. So ultimately, this has a substantial impact on the quality of service that you're receiving and the time it takes for an ambulance to come to your area. Now, why is it that we're doing that? It's because of this Core Flex shift. So Core Flex basically is a fancy term for paramedics are at the base for a few hours a day, which they call their core hours. At that time, they're on that 90-second shoot time. And then the rest of the time, they're taken off out of the base, and they either go back to their crew quarters, or if they live in the community, they go home, and then they have 8 minutes to get there. The reason we do that is because we have paramedics that are in that purple zone, the Core Flex zone, that are doing typically 96-hour shifts. And initially that was done as a way to try to ensure that there was EMS coverage in all communities and that the cost was relatively low. But now as the healthcare system has shifted more to reliance on the EMS system, and also we're seeing an increase in call volume, what we're having now is paramedics are working extensive hours, 96 hours, and they're up
throughout that whole time with inconsistent rest, inconsistent sleep. And of course, we've identified that as a risk to the public. If you think about all the things that paramedics are doing in your community and if they're fatigued, the risk that poses, and also the quality of patient care gets compromised as well. Now, I guess so what we're doing is we are going around to all the municipalities. We're bringing awareness of the fact that their community is covered by this schedule, and that as a result, ambulances are going out of service to make this shift work, and their communities are going without EMS coverage, and then the coverage that they have would be substandard compared to what the urban centers are or what the rest of the country is doing. Now, people often ask, how is it that paramedics can work 96 hours? Well, Alberta introduced new labor legislation a few years ago, and ultimately what they did was they signed a variant, a ministerial variant that waived the rights of paramedics so that they could continue working this 96 hours. Now, in order to do that, they said that paramedics cannot work more than 14 hours straight, and after 14 hours, that ambulance has to come out of service. And that's another thing that a lot of communities don't understand is that these ambulances are actually going out of service on a regular basis, and while you may have an ambulance station in your community, you may live only 1 block from the ambulance, paramedics could be in that station actually on mandatory rest. You dial 911, that ambulance is not the one coming for you. No matter how much those paramedics may want to respond, they will not be able to. One, they won't even get the call, so they won't even be aware that it's happening, and two, they're on mandatory rest. And this is a regular occurrence that's happening. Just recently, there was the incident out in Jasper where at the Columbian Ice Fields, and we had heard paramedics coming from some of these communities, like around Rocky Mountain House, that were actually awake for over 20 plus hours. And so again, we're identifying this as a serious concern. We are going around, like I said, to all the municipalities, bringing awareness with the end goal to have one community bringing resolution forward to RMA, basically saying that they'll no longer stand for being treated as second-class citizens when it comes to EMS services. Now that's a pretty bold statement, but I think it's important to remember how ambulances are funded. Traditionally, years ago, they were always funded by municipality tax dollars, but since 2012, they've been funded under provincial tax dollars. So no matter where you live in the province, we're all paying the same provincial taxes, yet if you live in Edmonton or Calgary or Red Deer or Prairie, your ambulance is on a 90-second shoot time. And if you're outside of those areas, you're basically getting a 8-minute shoot time minimum. And I think we deserve better than that. And especially in rural communities where we have limited resources, we have a larger geography to cover, and the health services have relatively been reduced, so now there's more pressure on EMS services to fill those gaps. We are, like I said, we've gone to numerous communities. We are going to several more. We have 5 more scheduled in the next few weeks. And to bring awareness, but the end result is a resolution that we're asking. And again, this is not a issue of your individual operator in your community. Operators are doing the best they can. They're set out by contracts, set out by Alberta Health Services. Our focus is to bring this to a government level and to get the government to amend the contracts or update the contracts or not sign the ministerial variance that's coming up in March 21, which then will allow the contractors obviously to change the way that they do their staffing model, and it will create funding available for them. So that's a little bit of a crash course into Port Flags. Any questions so far?
I'll just check here. Have we got any questions so far? Nope, go ahead, Dusty.
Okay, so maybe if we could jump to slide 4 here. which is the Coreflex, and kind of explains Coreflex. So like I said, EMS crews are on shift for extended periods of time. They're typically greater than 24 hours. The most common that we see is 96 hours straight. And then in some places, they are doing 7 days. Now, like I said, to make this work, they have implemented fatigue management policies. So again, after 14 hours of on task, that ambulance is taken out of service. Now, how on task is calculated is basically, it's not that standard you get your first call and now the clock keeps going until you hit 14 hours. You could do 1 call and then you could have 6 hours with no calls and then you could get another call. And now you're only at maybe 4 or 5 hours of on task. And essentially you can get yourself up to a situation where 3 in the morning you have not slept for 18 hours and now you're being sent from Cartwright House to Edmonton on a transfer, which now becomes a 7-hour trip. And your crews, once they're at the city, they may be taken out of service, but they still have to return back to their home community. Now, if we go to the next slide, slide 5, we've identified those fatigue management policies as, of course, ineffective. The reason is because they don't account for the fact that someone may start their shift at 9 in the morning, have traveled 3 hours to get there, and now they've been waiting for 3 hours, and they are, a normal human that sleeps regular hours at night, and nothing happens until around 8 or 9 at night. They've been awake that whole time. Now the first call comes in at 8 or 9 at night, and their clock finally starts going, which means if they were to do continuous calls back to back, then they would hit their 14 hours in timeout. The other thing fatigue management policies are doing is it's causing sleep fragmentation, so it's disrupting sleep. It's causing sleep deprivation and now sleep starvation. And of course, that's causing paramedics to leave the industry or leave the communities and go to another place that's not doing Coreflex, which is putting more pressure on the rural EMS system. The other thing we've identified with Coreflex model is that there is this sleep inertia factor. So you could have the best fatigue management policies in the world, but at the end of the day, we've identified with the sleep specialist out of Ottawa that when paramedics, if you assume that paramedics were resting before every call, which is how the fatigue management policies would work, then people would be waking up every time they get a call. Now, sleep inertia would identify that, for a well-rested person, it's about 30 minutes to 2 hours to be able to do high-efficiency skills. You think when someone's dialed 911 in your community, what are all the things that have happened in the first 2 hours? And we're assuming paramedics are all rested. They would have driven to the ambulance in their vehicle. They would have driven lights and sirens, which is a high-efficiency skill, through your community. They would have got to the patient. They would have actually started providing care to the patient, and probably, chances are, be done the call before they're out of that sleep inertia state. And of course, sleep inertia is that time period of being able to perform high-efficiency skills. The last thing that we identified from the paramedic side, and we worked with a psychologist, Dr. Jennifer Shore, she wrote a report for us that identified with this Coreflex model, there are substantial cognitive effects to the practitioner and to the outcome of the patient, which I think is listed there on slide 5. So going to the next slide, slide 6, again, I just want to reiterate that when an ambulance hits their 14 hours, they're out of service for a minimum of 8 hours. Now, 8 hours is not even technically enough time to get rest, especially if you've been away for 20-some hours. But what's relevant to communities is that you could have that ambulance in your community and it's not able to respond to calls. Right? You could have a mass casualty incident with numerous patients and that ambulance is not able to respond to the call. And so people think, hey, that ambulance is sitting in the station, I see it, it's there, it's always good to go, but that's certainly not the case. And then again, if we go to slide 7, what we see there is, the response times. We always hear about the response times of the ambulances, and again, response times is the accumulation of shoot time and the travel time. So when we go to slide 8, please, we can see the difference here. This is the visualization of the difference between the urban EMS response times, which is that 90 seconds And then, of course, their travel time. And if you compare that to the rural EMS, which typically has probably a longer travel time, again, they're on that 8-minute shoot time before they start even driving. So huge difference in that. And then ultimately, if we could go down to slide 11, moving forward, like I mentioned before, what we're doing is we're bringing public awareness to this, we're bringing the government awareness to this, and then our intention is to have a community introduced resolution at RMA on this, which we're asking for, rural communities not to be treated as second-class citizens when it comes to EMS service. And then we would be asking for the ministerial variance, which alters labor standards to end so that we no longer have paramedics working 96 hours and with the end goal of ending 4 flex, improving the EMS response time in your communities. So that's my little crash course on the presentation. It's sorry, it's a lot of information at once. There's paramedics out there that struggle to understand it, and they even work in the systems. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and maybe provide a little more clarity.
Well, thank you very much, Dusty. I can assure you this one is near and dear to me. My daughter is one of those paramedics that works the 96-hour core flex. One of the challenges she indicated is that many times, because they're rural, they get caught up in, I'll call it the urban suck. When they get stuck in an urban center, and not only is it gone because of the core flex, but they get caught in Calgary, Edmonton, someplace, and now they're doing calls once they can get out of the hallway in the hospital. I'm watching you nod, so you've obviously lived it. Then they get caught doing all the calls in town, and then they time out, and then it's the drive home, and they're exhausted, and it then goes into much of what you've talked about. So thank you for the work you're already trying to do to, I'll say, right the ship for rural municipalities, because it really is quite a disparity between this level of service between rural and urban. Councillor Lang.
Yeah, Dusty, my background is in healthcare too, and I'm not sure if it's changed with the ambulances or not, but you might be able to answer this. When I was in healthcare, it seemed like ambulance paramedics would bring patients in, and they would often have to hang around at the hospital because there maybe was understaffing in the hospital. So essentially, they're looking after the patients and could be there for hours until the patient is dealt with by a medical team. And so that seemed to be a huge problem from what I could see for the paramedics. And also, I'm not sure if this has changed, but often there'd be ambulance centers in many of the small communities, and maybe they were going in this time off, and calls would come in. I can remember calling for an ambulance, and you're thinking one will be right there shortly because there's one 2 blocks away, and yet they're coming from another community, which is an hour away. And I think that's what you're kind of talking about here. There's these downtimes, and so it might not only be when the crew is off, but that they have to come from another locality and quite a drive. And in the winter, that can be even make a longer response time. And there's been many times I was getting that defibrillator out, just ready to go.
Yeah, I could touch on a couple of those things. So in Alberta, we've adopted this borderless EMS system, and that's been proven to be effective in other provinces. The problem with Alberta is that the borderless EMS system does not work with core flex staffing. So in essence, if you didn't have core flex staffing, if an ambulance in one community was to get called out, then you would shuffle all your ambulances from each community until you eventually find a stockpile of ambulances that kind of shuffle over in real time and they ensure coverage. When you do that to a core flex model, every time that ambulance moves from one community to the next, they're now on task. right? And so then, if they're on task now, so they hit 14 hours, they're taken out of service. Now you have a hole in your cover system, right? And now you have to keep moving trucks around. So in your case, perhaps where you're waiting for an ambulance to show up, yes, that ambulance did not get moved from your station over to your neighboring community because they were already getting high on hours and they didn't want to increase their hours to keep them out of service as well. Or it could be that your ambulance you're being, yes, is out of service, and the next closest one is an hour away, and that's a common thing to happen out there. We often hear of code reds in Calgary, but no one's talking about the code reds in rural communities. And this again is bringing that awareness. And so a borderless EMS system is quite effective if you're not doing core flex. And I think that's important as well, right? And then of course, you brought up the issue about paramedics staying in the ER. Yeah, so we always hear about like the urban centers, paramedics are stuck in the ER, waiting in the ER. That does happen. They, wait hours on end, yes, and I think what we see is Torflex contributes to that. In the rural communities, paramedics have invested interest in the patients, and they want to see that continuity of patient care. So on those critical patients, absolutely, they want to stay around if they can and provide help in the ER until either the physician who's on call gets there or the right resources get in. And sometimes they also know they're going to be the ones to take them on into the city. So, they'll stick around and help where they can. And I think that's a missing piece when we talk about the EMS system. We're always saying like, oh, well, it's just a matter of them doing a call, and as soon as you're done the call, they're back at base, they're at rest. But that's not the case. Paramedics are active in healthcare and are trying to, make emergency services sustainable in their rural community.
All right, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, well, clearly, I haven't heard the other side of this discussion, but it would be clear that one of the key challenges to upgrading the current system is no doubt the cost. So what is the cost of upgrading the system to something that you think would be competitive or appropriate? And how is AHS responding to suggestions?
So it's a great question. To know the exact cost, we'd have to look at a lot of the data that AHS has, right, which we've requested and we've not been able to get. What we can do is compare to other provinces who have ended a model like this. Typically across the board, they've seen a 20% increase of staffing to end an on-call model. I think you could do that comparable to here. One of the arguments I always hear is that, we'll have to double the staff. Well, that's not the case, okay? So you think about these communities that have maybe 2 or 3 ambulances, and they're all on core flex, right? Well, they're all on core flex because, well, we're trying to keep costs down, we didn't want to change things, but we have 3 ambulances on call because one of those are always going out of service, or 2 of those are always out of service. You don't need, in some of these communities, you won't need 3 ambulances to be staffed 24 hours a day. You may need only 1 ambulance 24 hours a day. It may be 2 peak hour trucks or 1 peak hour truck, because your borderless system would then be effective and kick in. So I often hear, like I said, people will say, well, double the EMS budget. That's not the case, right? You could probably estimate that a 20% staffing increase on what there is about 190 ambulance units across the province that are doing a core flex staffing. By the time you would strategically consolidate some of those, move some of those into day-only truck or peak hour truck, which is a standard across the industry. You could say estimating somewhere probably between about, and again, this is not official numbers by any means, but you could say probably somewhere in between that 30 million on the low end and 70 million on the high end, just based off our modeling only. But I would say that's nothing official.
All right.
Thank you for the explanation.
All right. Are there any other questions? I guess the only, you indicated that you're going to talk to your home community to put this forward as a resolution to RMA. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct. So, Lac-La-Biche County was actually the first municipality I went to with this idea, and they supported it. So, the recommendation, of course, was to start going around to the various municipalities and start bringing that awareness, and that they would consider introducing the motion for us on our behalf. And if they won't, there's actually a couple other counties that have also suggested they would do it if the time came. I'm not able to, as you guys probably are, more aware than I am about the rules of RMA, but it would have to be the municipality that would introduce the motion on our behalf.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing that motion as it comes through our spring session. Other than that, I don't see any other questions. Dusty, thank you very much for presenting this. It's a very important topic. It definitely shows the disparity and then between the rural and the urbans, and it's important for us to try to figure out a way or a positive way forward for bridging that gap. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, and thank you very much for having us. We really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. And if you have any follow-up questions, I'm available anytime. You can reach out, and I'm happy to answer anything that you would like to have answered.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, you too. So I'm looking for someone to make a motion to receive the on-call paramedics and how it impacts our communities report from the Alberta Paramedics Association delegate for information. Councillor Lougheed? Thank you. Those in favor? That is 7-0, carried. So do we need a little brief break? Okay. All right, just to start with, we're looking for a motion that authorizes Keyera Energy to participate in our meeting today via electronic communications. Councillor Duncan is making that motion. Those in favor? That is carried. All right, so we're looking forward to having a presentation from Keyera Energy Limited and your delegation today. We'll take a moment to introduce ourselves, and then we'll end with letting you introduce yourselves and then start into your presentation if that works for you. All right, we're going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Councillor Jim Duncan, Division 1, southwest of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Councillor, Division 4.
Good morning, Cammie Laird, Councillor for Division 2 and Reeve, and it's the area straddling Highway 598, kind of central and east of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5, and that's basically Rocky Mountain House through to the West Country.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6.
Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
And that's the last of us. It's your turn.
So Tracy, I think Lyle's trying to get in. He only sees a blank screen though. Do you have him?
Apparently we don't.
Okay, well, are you comfortable just starting, Dave?
Yeah, I can carry the safety moment and whatnot. Vanessa, why don't you introduce yourself and then I'll introduce myself and we can carry on.
Perfect. I'm Vanessa Cartwright. I do our community and government relations for Keyera. It's nice to see a bunch of friendly faces. It's been a while, even if it is remotely.
Yep, Dave. And my name is David Norris. I'm Director of Business Development here. I cover all of our gathering and processing businesses south of Highway, basically 16. So that's this entire area. And from just a general perspective, while I do business development, we work with all of our operating and assets in the area. So I'm one of the leaders in a broader team. And I guess the other comment, although Lyle might not be able to join us, Lyle is one of our key operations leaders. He manages our Stratton gas plant just south of Rocky Mountain House. So if he's able to join, he will. And if not, we'll have to introduce him, at a different time. What we brought for you today, and it's really meant to be just an informal information session, just to let you know what we're doing, both as a company across kind of Alberta, but more importantly, we are making some changes in our business over the last couple of years, and we wanted to share a bit of that so you had some facts about what's going on, both in Keyera and what we're doing locally, both in Clearwater and the surrounding counties. Just before I get started, and I'll make a quick comment, we appreciate the time today, and I was both sad and happy, I guess mixed emotions, not to be able to get to Rocky Mountain House. I see your protocol there with the council chambers, and we're under similar protocols. We have masks in meeting rooms, and everyone's trying to be safe. So, I guess it would be nice to do this, but under the circumstances, I appreciate just the opportunity to get with your team, and it's, I wish it could be face to face, but we'll make the best of this here today. So thanks very much for the opportunity. I'm going to start with our slide deck, and we did provide a bunch of information. I'm not going to spend a ton of time. I'm going to go through some of this very quickly, and I think you guys are going to flip the slides for me. Is that correct?
Yes, we've got the first slide up. It's
okay, just
basically
the title part. Okay,
the title
great.
slide. Next one.
Yeah, if you can flip it over, we'll do a safety moment. Then we'll spend a bit of time, we'll go through kind of the agenda with a bit of a Keyera, just what is our business, a bit of an education moment. And I'll flip through those fairly quickly and then tie it back into what are we doing local in Clearwater County, both just generally in our business as well as some of the changes we're making. And then Vanessa is going to cover off the last part of our, what are we doing in the community overall, and finish off with our message. And hopefully we'll have some time, to go through any questions or specific items you might have. As I'm going through, I'll pause, and if you want to interrupt, I'll pause maybe after each slide with a quick discussion as I ask you to change it. And if you had questions at that moment, we could stop. And if you don't, we'll just keep going. So we'll listen for your prompts along the way. So if that works, I'll jump into a safety moment. If you have the safety slide up, which is slide 2, I think I see it on your screen there, yeah. We like to start off, a lot of our meetings, and this is pretty common in our industry, for a quick safety moment. And the pictures on the screen, really are just a bit of a backdrop. What I'm going to share with you a little bit later in the slide deck is some of our work as we're shutting down a few of our plants with respect to how the industry is changing. But what we've really been spending a lot of time on in our project lately up at what we call our West Pembina plant, which is in the county north there, is a lot of due diligence around how can we safely shut down a facility and then set it up for the next part of its life cycle. In this case, the life cycle being getting prepared for both demolition and subsequent site reclamation. And the pictures are really an example of the planning that we've done, not only to get the plant ready for shutdown, but more importantly, the site documentation that we're using. And again, these are just pictures. There's a whole binder of narrative description of equipment at these industrial sites that have now been cleaned and then described, so that as we have caretakers on site for a period of time and then subsequently demolition teams, they know what's been done to particular equipment, how clean it is, what the site would look like when they show up to do particular work over the next number of years. One of the interesting things, and we're finding, that the shutdown, what we call a zero energy project, really is to take out all of the, we would call it both, process energy as well as all the potential risks from a site while it goes into this next phase of its life. And what I mean by that is, if you're familiar with some of the industry gas plants, we have a typical turnaround process that happens periodically, 4 years, 5 years. And in this case, we did the front portion of what we call a turnaround process by cleaning up the plant. But we actually had to go a little further, because we've now drained out all of the residual hydrocarbons between process equipment. Instead of just cleaning them for inspection, we've actually removed sludges and cleaned out pipelines and whatnot. We then opened vessels, and you can see in the picture some of the vessels are now open so that they're both available for inspection as well as demonstrating clear zero energy. And more importantly, we've also de-energized the site both electrically from the power grid, other than for safety and security, security lighting and cameras and whatnot. Electricity's been removed, and even lubricating fluids, which could be a potential contaminant, have been removed. So, again, just another example in our safety moment here of how we've tried to both do some forward planning and then subsequently document that through some diligent steps, for future teams that will come on site to do the next portion. So just a quick safety moment from what we're up to here. I'm going to flip to the next slide. And I can see it's up on your screen there, so that's great. Here's just a quick agenda. Like I mentioned, we're going to talk a little bit about our business, a little bit more in detail. We'll spend a bit more time on just what's going on in the county and our optimization activities, and then back to the rest of the community. If you could flip it over to slide number 4.
Back one. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, that's great. So just a quick highlight here. Keyera is a pretty big Alberta company, and we're going to get into a couple of our major business units in a second. But we've got over 1,000 employees. I know you can all read, but we've been involved in a number of our community activities for quite a while. We continue to have a good capital program, even for the coming year, although we are prioritizing our capital as a corporation. Across select things, just given industry conditions, we're being very selective about how we continue. But we're maintaining a big footprint in both Alberta overall and as we see in the county. You can slip over to the next slide, slide number 5. We have a a mission and coming up is our values and our cultural behaviors. And this is more of a corporate behavior. We've been this way for 20 plus years, ever since Keyera left Gulf Midstream and formed as an independent company. But we've revamped our mission statement here to be called Connecting Energy for Life. And it's meant to really bring in a connotation of a number of items. We are an energy midstream company, which means we bring facilities and connect what producers bring out of the ground with communities. And that means, both the life cycle of plants, like we're going to be talking about today, and facilities, but also for, the life of our communities. You can slip over to the next slide, number 6. We've subscribed to a number of values, and, the values here, include, health and the environment, integrity, we hold our people accountable, and we're very much a team-oriented culture, as you might see from our different assets in your area. And we're trying to bring, obviously, a business spirit, and some of what we're going to talk about a little bit later for consolidation is part of that as we, work with our customers and find the right solutions. If you can flip over to cultural behaviors, I want to highlight a few items. Cultural behaviors on your deck there, great, slide 7. One of the things we've spent, 20 years is, as a company, is building up a culture that, works together. And we've recently just tried to document them, and I'll share just a few of these with you. In our safety moment, I highlighted the 4th one on your slide deck there called diligence. And, we try and make sure we're practicing a lot of these characters and ingrain this, with our team every day. So it's something that we're very focused on. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time. In some cases, it looks like a bit of motherhood comments, but we really do live by, by these cultural behaviors and values. I can just flip over to slide number 8 now. Now, Keyera, for those, I'm going to spend a few minutes just doing a broader kind of view of what our company is. We operate, and this is read kind of from the left to the right on the slide, a large gathering and processing set of plants. And we've got some maps coming up to show you where they all are located, both in the central Alberta and now in the northern Alberta side of the industry. And that's really just the first part of our business, where we work with the energy companies that are exploring and producing assets in the ground. But really what we do is we connect up both our own gathering and processing gas plants with other people, so producer-owned or other midstream-owned gas plants. And we really process a lot of liquids. So the ability to connect up the products coming out of these gas plants, in this case it's what we call liquid feed, propane, butane, field condensate. These are products that are subsequently used in various industries, as well as oil sands and downstream. We have a large processing set of facilities in the Edmonton area and infrastructure from the counties like Clearwater up to Edmonton to get that product there. And then finally, we do sell a lot of those commodities again back to end markets and provide that value back to the exploration and production companies in your area. So it's kind of a full cycle. It's drawn as a line from left to right, but it really is a circle, because you got to process this stuff coming out of the ground. You got to separate it into usable products, and finally, you got to sell it so you can put money back in the jeans of our customers who want to go drill those wells. So a bit of a full cycle description there on slide number 8. If you could go to slide number 9. This is kind of just a high-level view of our energy infrastructure. I'm just going to zoom my copy of this in a bit, maybe make sure I don't miss any key points here. You can see, really from the graph there, as I mentioned, we've got gathering and processing in kind of the central Alberta side, as well as in the northern Alberta side. And they're focused on really 2 different resources. They are all oil and gas, don't get me wrong, but what we see certainly for our customers in your area, is a lot more of a gas-weighted business. And it's changing, very much changing across the amount of, investment that our customers can get to drill wells and the way they're running their businesses here in the south or in central Alberta versus what we see in the north. So it is a bit of a tale of 2 producers, and our business is organized to support that producer community. But on the back end, and as you can see, the map moves to the right-hand side there. That's where, in the Edmonton area, we've concentrated most of our liquids processing infrastructure. And subsequently then from the market side, and this is really the right-hand side of the graph, I mentioned, we separate a lot of these products into various downstream, products and services for the customers. Now, probably the biggest element here, and I'm just scrolling through my copy, just give me a moment here. Some of the biggest elements that give value back to our customers that are, drilling services in your county, is getting their propane and butane, into end markets so they can get revenue, but also being able to pay and move that product out of the way for them logistically. And the logistics here really mean the ability to deliver those products into end markets across North America and across the world so that we can get, that valuable revenue back to those customers. So it is, not just an Alberta story. This does go off the map as all of these products on the right-hand side here in those little blue arrows, do end up going across North America and in some cases around the world. I'm going to get you to switch over to slide number 11. We can pass by slide number 10. You can flip over to slide number 11. There we go. ESG. Now, I skipped over slide 10. You can use that as reference. It's just a background project that we are doing, one of our major investments in some of the northern side of the province. But I'll skip over that for just time. One of the things that we're doing, and some of you may have seen the change in the investment community, but certainly as a company, we've been in the area for quite a while. ESG is a bit of an acronym. In environment and social and whatnot is an important part of the investment community these days, and it's getting a lot of visibility across different investment communities. But one of the important things is that while it's visible in the sights of investors, and you can see some of the, like RBC as a bank or Scotiabank, looking at different components for their investors. Keyera's been doing a number of these activities for quite a while in our gas plants, but it is becoming more and more of a visible issue as people focus on environment, in the world. One of the things, and it's in the bottom right side of this slide, we are looking to target a 20% reduction in CO2. And part of what we're going to talk about in just a moment is shutting down gas plants that aren't running at high utilization rates. That's a big component of reducing our emissions. It takes energy to process gas, and being efficient, having full plants is very good. But when they're not full, when you're not keeping your utilization rates high, you're still using quite a bit of energy for that small amount. So when we talk about being, a responsible environmental operator, reducing emissions is part of being efficient as well. And so some of the reductions in that, in fact, a large portion of those 20% reductions that we're starting to target, and broadcast out to the investment community do come from some of the shutdowns we'll talk about in a moment. You can go to slide number 12. It's up on your desk there now. So this is just a quick map of our overall gas plants. And as I mentioned, in the kind of upper left of the map is our northern assets. We have 3 gas plants up there, very much focused on processing what the energy industry is doing up there, called the Montney, and a lot of the light oil products that come out of the ground. That's that business. And as you can see, a large cluster, which is really the business that I work with, in this central and western Alberta. This large cluster, is really focused more in a gas weighted industry, and you can see we've got a number of plants in that cluster. Overall, we are a gathering and processing company, and we've been doing this for quite a while, and some of our operations and whatnot have evolved over 20 years from being probably the largest sour gas plant operator in the past to now, one of the largest midstream companies that focuses on recovering liquids and getting value back to our customers. We'll have a little bit more detailed view of the plants that are in the county here in just a moment. So I'll go to the next slide, slide 15.
Hey Tracy, just before Dave continues, could you let Lyle in?
There's Lyle.
Good job. Thank you.
Let's pause for just a moment. I had done a quick introduction and I had mentioned that Lyle's one of our leaders, at the Strachan gas plant. And so Lyle, we already did introductions and I did your safety moment, sorry dude. But maybe for just a second, and I see he's just connecting to audio here. We'll just pause for a second. We'll get Lyle to do an introduction. I'm just gonna hang tough because I see his audio needs to connect in. Lyle, can you hear us now? Lyle, you there? Maybe not quite connected yet. Lyle, you there?
I think this is Lyle's first experience on Zoom, so.
Now he's connected to audio. Now, Lyle, can you hear me? Lyle, you're muted. There we go. Lyle's online. So Lyle, just a quick catch up. I did your safety moment for you, but let's just pause. You can do a quick introduction. Lyle's our leader at operations at Strachan. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, David. Sorry about that. I was experiencing some technical difficulties with the Zoom meeting, so it wasn't popping up on my main computer screen. So Vanessa helped navigate me through loading the application onto my phone. So we're using the phone app. Yeah, so anyway, as David mentioned, I'm Ledley. I'm the area superintendent for both the Strachan facility and the Racinas facility and the surrounding gas gathering systems. I joined this team back in April of 2019. Formerly, I was up north at the Keyera Simonette facility for approximately 20 years, managing and leading that team since 2007. That's me.
Welcome, Lyle.
Thank you. I think I see it on your slide there. You're on slide 13, if I can get you to bring that up. There we go. So just a quick comment. I mentioned that we do have a number of items, a lot of infrastructure up in that Edmonton, Fort Saskatchewan area, and these little bullet or breakout pictures, you can see some of the details there. Essentially, the liquids, the propanes and butanes and condensates that are coming from the gas plants across those little orange dots on the map, they all end up in this infrastructure hub. And Keyera is not the only operator in the Edmonton, Fort Saskatchewan area. But we do have some of the largest storage caverns that store and some of the largest rail and logistics assets to move those products to end markets. And along the way, a lot of processing facilities to separate them into clean, sellable propane and clean, sellable butane, et cetera. So very, very important part of both getting value back to the producers, as well as a part of the Alberta energy industry in general, to deal with all of those products in a good fashion. If we're going to go, maybe just a quick comment on slide 14. So what Keyera does, and I'll just briefly touch on what we call terminals. Terminals are really important, and they're important to the counties and the gas plants as well as to the industry overall. On the left-hand side there is a thing called Keyera Edmonton Terminal, and it's just one example. We have a couple of these where liquids, these would be gas liquids, are recovered from a gas plant, but they're put on a truck in some cases. In many cases, they're pipelined out of the gas plants, but in some cases, they've got to move by truck and they have to get somewhere. And we're one of those places that they drop off. So Keyera, Edmonton Terminal is a location where we can receive truck and load product. It's also, a good example of a connection where we can ship product out of. So, just a quick comment on terminals is that while they're important, to move product to end markets once you've got clean product, they're also really important from the gas plant side and to the county side for those customers in your area who want to ship product out of their gas plants to the market to get it out of the gas plant area. So we have them, and we'll skip over slide 15 and go to slide 16 now. But you can see that we've also got some of those in the United States as well. Probably the biggest item here, and again, this is more of an Alberta story, is that we're bringing some of both the butane and condensate through these terminals. And while they're being produced in areas like Clearwater County,
we're delivering them up to the oil sands, and we're getting them into an integrated Alberta economy overall. So there is a big connection for those products through our terminals and our logistics, all the way from what you see in your local area to the oil sands and then back to the end market. So it is a pretty complete connection. We can go to slide 17 now. Now, slide 16, I mentioned that we're going to spend a bit of time talking specifically about Clearwater County, and here's just a bit of a map. Same gas plants that we talked about before, but a bit of a zoom in just on the county. You can see kind of the different county boundaries here, but effectively what we have in Clearwater specifically is from the south at the bottom of the page working north, we have the Racinas gas plant, the Strachan gas plant where Lyle is today, and then we have the Nordic River gas plant, a bunch of pipelines that I'll talk about that are really important to what we're doing, and then just peeking into that little panhandle on the north side is our major ownership. We're 70% owner in the what used to be Bellatrix and is now Spartan in the Alder Flats plant there as well. So we own a majority of that facility. Now the lines connecting this, and this is the reason Clearwater, is and all of the surrounding counties are so important. All of these gas plants are connected. That means that as we work with the exploration and production companies that are drilling wells across this entire region, it doesn't matter if they drill it in one location. As soon as it can connect onto this pipeline network, we typically can move it to many of the plants around the network. And that means that we can increase utilization. This is really actually the heart of what we're talking about in a moment, about consolidating plants and making sure that they're ready for the next 10 years. So the strength on this map in front of you, is really the lines that connect all of these gas plants across all of the counties. And while, you certainly cannot get gas from Strachan on the bottom center there to Rimbey, which is on the very right-hand side of your map in a different county, we can still connect a lot of the other gas, across this network. From an investment perspective and from an operation perspective, this is a core area for Keyera. So, here, and step in that top byline there, we have 150 plus million in estimated value for these assets, and that's just, the pipes and plants, and, depending on the year, maybe they're worth more, on industry activity. And it continues to be, we recognize that both the tax revenue and we're a stakeholder in these communities where people live here and work here. So, this is a core area. I would also point out that although it's a little bit harder to read in the color coding that we've got here, we've got both gas plants and gas pipelines on this network. We also have liquids pipelines. And in the center bullet there, it's all called Key-Link NGL pipeline, which is that 2 arrows. We actually connect a lot of these gas plants to our liquids pipeline that moves those liquids out of the area, to Keyera in Fort Saskatchewan and in Rimbey. So quite a bit of assets there. And maybe I'll just pause and ask Vanessa if I've forgotten anything, because I was talking quite a bit.
I think that was a good summary overall, Dave. I don't think we forgot anything. And maybe if you want to just go into a little bit of the unusual partnership we have at Alder Flats and East.
Yeah, good question. So, as some of you who may be aware, this industry has a lot of partnerships, and many of our gas plants have partners. These would be either other midstream companies or other, usually more producer companies that co-own in these gas plants or in these pipelines. The unique thing at the Spartan facility, and it's got kind of 2 names, if you want to call it Alder Flats, or if you want to call it what the Ochies have named it, Nisapakana. We're a partner there, we're the majority owner of that facility, but we're not the operator. And that's, both by design. Originally, unfortunately, the Bellatrix team is no longer. Spartan is now the operator of those legacy Bellatrix assets. It works well for their asset base and certainly for the way they want to operate their valves and their gathering system to be able to operate the plant as well. So it's a good integrated system. And it's unique in our world because typically operate what we have our majority owner in. And in this case, that's the one exception where we have partners in many places. And in this case, one of our minority partners is actually operating, one of our larger facilities. So kind of unique for us and working with that ownership group. I would also point out, and that would be also a good one, where we have First Nations ownership as well. So Ochi's First Nation, also a minority owner in that facility as well. I think that's the only one, Vanessa, where we have First Nations ownership at any of our facilities.
They're actually partial owner, I believe, on one pipeline in the region too, are they not?
Oh, yeah, such a. If we can go to slide number 18, I want to talk a little bit about optimization, and this is probably more the meat of making sure you guys have good information and maybe a bit of background about what we're doing here. Read through all the bullets, but effectively what we've seen over the last 3 years, 5 years, is that the energy producing companies in this area, in this central Alberta area, we call it Central Foothills, they're having a tough go. I mean, let's face it, it's a tough industry. It's a gas-based business, and part of what those companies are facing is, also a difference in their own investment community, where they're being challenged to provide better, investment metrics to their owners or their investors, and they're competing with those other companies up in the northern Alberta side. So it is a tough environment, and that means that production is down. We've got to look over the next number of years, and we think that we see a stable business. And so the graph on the right-hand side is really just kind of a high-level throughput, although I think we cut off the total amount of gas. This is the amount of gas in millions of cubic feet per day. But we see a fairly stable but not a very growing business across this entire region. And I would say that, our view, this is only for our plants, but our view would be reflected in what you would see across the overall basin. And this is probably a sobering thought for all of us. If we're not going to see growth, what are we going to plan for? Because we're certainly not running our facility with high utilization today. And if it's not going to change, geez, we better get ready for how the world looks. We want to be here for the next 10 years. And that's really what we're changing. So that's the first real key message here is that, while production probably peaked a few years ago, we see a stable business, but not a growing business across this region. I'll give you a slide to go over to slide number 19. And we're going to talk about a few really important elements here. Probably the first bullet, and we've got a bit more detail coming up. We made a pretty tough decision. We spent quite a bit of time, probably about 2 years ago, we kicked off internal analysis to figure out how would we make a business last for the next 10 years. This is an important and core area, for our business, for our customers as well, but it's certainly not being utilized. So what are we going to do? And we came to the conclusion, really, which is in bullet number 1. Nordegg River, Racina's gas plant, and in a different county just to the north of you, West Pembina, are all places that if we can shut them down and move the gas to a nearby facility using that pipeline network I described, then at least we can maintain utilization rates, we can, continue to be a viable company, and we can continue to offer market access and processing solutions to the industry so that they can be competitive. So effectively, we're trying to make sure that there is not a runaway cost structure, we've got a good service offering at the right price, and really, keep the producers flowing. And that's really where the bullet number 6 at the bottom is. If we're going to have a business for years to come, it has to work for our producers. It has to give them access to market and make sure that it's at the right the price for years to come. So that's really what we're trying to get at, with these 2 messages on these 2 slides. A stable business, a core business for us, but something that needs to be changed, and we can consolidate those 3 plants in this area, to other plants in the area, we can keep utilization high and maintain the viability for the next 10 years or longer. I mean, we're certainly trying to be here forever, but 10 years is a good planning window. Slide number 20. Slide number 20, a real quick comment, and I had mentioned in the safety moment how we do diligence around what we call zero energy. And on the left-hand side of this arrow is what we call the shutdowns. And that's really where we do this zero energy project. Because we know that for a period of time, until you get to the decommissioning and land reclamation stage, which is really the, where the steel is down on these industrial sites and the soil is turned back to native vegetation, until you can get to that end, you got to maintain the site. You have to be a responsible owner. And so, there is a period of time, we can see that under both the AER approved program that we have now for these sites that are being shut down, it's going to take at some plants, between 3 and 7 years to get the steel down in a safe way and then move on to soil reclamation in the subsequent years. So while we are working with an approved AER program, we need to be safe all along the way and make sure that we can, keep the site safe and then do our obligations to return to native vegetation. So, like I say, just a long-term approach to how to deal with the sites that are being reclaimed, while the other sites, and it's this middle dot in this arrow, redirection, the other sites, whether it's in that gas network, are going to receive that gas, and they'll obviously continue to run and don't go through a decommissioning and don't go through land reclamation, and they'll continue to operate. I'm going to pause there. That's just a kind of a high-level view. We'll come back to a bit of the other details coming forward on slide 24 in a minute with respect to some of the future plans on the next set of plans that are in our optimization project. I'll hand it over to Vanessa, and we can talk a little bit about what's going on locally in the community here as well.
So Tracy, I want to go to slide 21. So just want to give a brief summary of our activity in the county outside of our operations business. So looking to 2020, we will pay $1.5 million in property taxes. We employ 59 people within the region. Those are full-time positions. And we have a strong community investment program. So this past year, we actually made a $25,000 donation to the Mountain Rose Women's Shelter, which was for second stage housing. We also made a donation to the women's shelter as part of the COVID-19 response. We are fully aware that COVID increased usage of women's shelters very, very quickly, and it was an important donation for us there and also the local food banks. In addition, we make annual contributions to the Eckville Hockey Association and the Rocky Hockey Association, and we believe strongly in supporting our youth. With that, we donate to all of the high schools within the county for their local achievement days. Our vision really is to be the North American leader in delivering midstream energy solutions. This statement is really about our commitment to local communities and our desire to be a leading force in the energy industry for a long period of time. This optimization program that Dave discussed with you is really about right-sizing our plants for the next decade within the region and within Alberta, and it will support our liquids infrastructure by providing value to central Alberta. Do you want to come back to 24, Dave?
Yeah, if we can, could you guys put up slide 22 there?
Sorry, I forgot to tell you again. Moving it
Yeah,
away.
I think we covered most of that on slide 23, but as Vanessa said, both a competitive business as well as connecting the dots between, the production areas in your county, what's going on in the Fort Saskatchewan process, and then getting value back into, the businesses in your community that are using those services is a full cycle. That's what that slide 23 is about. Slide 24, if you could move on. This is a bit of the forward-looking details. So we've got a bit of our description here, across the plan. I've mentioned already West Pembina and Nordegg and Racines, and that's in the upper left corner here. We call that the central foothills optimization. It really encompasses your county, but it's not the only activity that's going on. We've already been active in prior years to the east of you, so over in the Red Deer County and Duke County, etc. Williston Green gas plant and Dilby gas plants were already redirected into Rimbey, so we've been active there already, and some of those learnings and efforts have been applied to what we're doing in your area. And to the north of you in Braddock County, we call that the Drayton North optimization. We actually have already shut down a plant up there, Big Ray, and are currently planning to bring another plant, Radisson North, into one of our Bay Creek plants here by the middle of next year. So just a quick snapshot to say, we are looking at the entire area to right-size our business, and it's not just what's going on in your area, it's going on across the region, to service those customers across the region, those energy and exploration and production companies across the area. And I already mentioned in the bottom right, we call it decommissioning and land reclamation, DLR, and a multi-year activity we kind of discussed already. So a little bit of forward-looking and a bit of a view outside of just the Clearwater across what's going on. Thanks, Vanessa.
Yeah, and that last slide we covered is just listing our assets in the region, and my apologies, the updated information got next on 26. So I think at this point we'll open the floor to any questions or comments.
It's a good vintage black and white picture stacking though. I love it.
Sepia, I like it.
All right, do we have any questions? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, just a moment, we got to get you turned on here.
Try that. Are we live? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, the decommissioning and optimizing of plants is something that obviously has to happen in an aging producing area. I'm well familiar with it personally, but there was one slide there that you showed with a rather flat trajectory over the next 10 years. But also in and around the presentation of that slide, you discussed a decline that had been occurring for the past 6 years. So what is it? What is the activity that's going to halt the decline that you had seen in the past 6 years? Because you are forecasting 10 years of relatively flat. And what is the volume? You did leave off the millions of cubic feet per day that you're flat at. What is that roughly?
Yeah, I can address a number of those items, and I think they're good questions. I'll start off by saying, who's got the best crystal ball? So, with a bit of a forward-looking activity, we're all going to use the best information we've got. So I'll share our views on what that looks like, and hopefully it reflects, what we're all seeing both in the marketplace as well as in our E&P customer world as well. The slide you're referring to has the little graph. At a high level, that's throughput through Keyera facilities, and if I find my own copy, I think the peak in there is somewhat less than 700 or 800 million a day of throughput. These are Keyera facilities only. This would not be the overall basin in either Clearwater County specifically or the entire south. This is just Keyera gas plants. So the scale, for us is in that region. We didn't show the earlier peaks and declines. Really, the only reason we did that in this message is to describe that we have what we view as a stable business going forward. But I'll give you a view about what we've seen for declines and an opinion. I guess this is our both business opinion and our forecasting for what the area will look like over the next 10 years. What's been going on in our customer base, certainly across the south here, the Pacific region of the peak, and I think I misspoke, I better make sure we're all clear. We would have seen gas peaking in about the 2016 window. So it has not been 6 years of decline. We've seen a peak, which is just off this graph, about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, on the graph perspective, and from the 2020 perspective, about 5 years ago. Gas peaked in that area, and this would have been a heyday of drilling where we would have seen companies like, Westbrick or Bellatrix or some of the other major area producers, had lots of active rigs. We had a strong gas fundamental price going on in the region. We had a good investment community to bring those wells online, and so those E&P companies are making drilling investments. That's not happening anymore. What we're seeing is that in the northern side of the province, where a lot of the investment community, and this is up until probably 2020, I will speak now, in the 2019 window, a lot of those E&P companies were getting investments with respect to the high amount of light oil product coming out of the ground. And the central, Alberta producers, which are much more gas weighted, just don't have the same return on investment, and they're having a tougher time getting those drilling dollars. That's been some of the demise of companies like Bellatrix, and I'm not trying to point them out, as a bad operator or a bad investment. I'm just trying to illustrate that some of what they were able to do previously has gone away from an investment perspective. So when we look at it as a facilities operator and as a midstream operator, we've tried to amalgamate all of the behaviors of the different producers across this region. Some of them are in different formations that are oil weighted, some of them are in formations that are gas weighted. And we tried to come up with a forecast that says, how does the forward gas price look? How does the forward propane and butane, even oil prices look? So that we can come up with what we think looks like a flat drilling profile over the next 10 years. Like I say, it's a crystal ball, it's our opinion. We're backing up that opinion, obviously, by changing our business to accommodate for this. But it's the best market we've got to identify what the forward production will look like. I can tell you that overall, and it's obviously not in these little graphs I showed you on slide 18, but there's a natural decline for the gas in the area, and that runs somewhere between 12 and 20% of decline per year for an E&P company. And so in order to put those molecules back into that gas network I showed you, there is a certain amount of drilling that needs to come back online. In Q4 of this year, so right now here in November, we are seeing drilling by certain operators, not all operators. We certainly aren't seeing excessive drilling, but we are seeing some replacement molecules come back into the network. And so that's a good indicator of some flat behavior. But I think what we're predicting, and it's certainly again demonstrated on slide 18, is that we're going to see another decline in area production in calendar year 2021. So next year is going to be another decline, because those rigs that are active today in your region aren't enough to replace the molecules that are coming out of the ground. And then it's going to kind of flatten out after that. We'll get a new sustained low. So that's the best answer I got for you. It's a bit of a crystal ball. If you got a better one, I'm all ears.
Well, thank you, Dave. We do have a supplemental question.
Yes, thank you for that. And I guess what I took away from your description was that that relatively flat graph covered all of the area, not just the southern part, which is Clearwater County. Is that fair?
It covers our, what we call central foothills. So this would cover Clearwater County, Brazeau County, and maybe on that map on slide 17, if you flash that up, I could maybe point out that graph is for the left-hand side there. So that graph does not include Rimbey or Gilby on the right. It does not include the Spartan Alder Flats. It includes that corridor that runs from kind of that West Pembina area south to Stratford-Mosquito. So it's not a perfect map just for Clearwater County. It actually crosses a couple of counties, but it's not the entire map. It's only probably half the map. Okay, no, that's helpful to me, because I have a little bit of background in the southern part. Gas would go into the Ricinus area, Ricinus plant, and anyway, it's good to know that you're seeing or projecting some drilling that will maintain it fairly well over the next number of years. That's very important, of course, to Clearwater County. Thank you.
We do have another question from Councillor Duncan.
Yes, my question is, would all the companies that wish to deliver gas to your facilities still be able to do so with these reductions in gas plants that you're proposing?
Oh yeah, definitely. The answer is yes, a resounding yes. We've been working with a number of our customers along the way. So for a couple of years in our planning cycle, as well as in this forward projection, everybody who currently is delivering can continue to deliver. And in fact, the consolidations the first steps that we've done with the plants that I've already described to you that have been shut down, the producers have actually started to realize improved cost structure as well as improved pressure profile to deliver their gas into the network. So there's some immediate benefits that have happened just with some of the initial steps we've taken. I wasn't joking when I asked about a better crystal ball for the future, because all of our customers, would like their businesses to thrive, and of course, we only win if they win. We're really conscious about how much capacity we're taking offline in the future. And to the best of our ability, for both what we've received from our customers for information as well as from our own analysis, we believe that this will allow everyone who wants to deliver access in the future as well. If we see, and we are keeping some optionality in our plans for consolidation to resurrect, gas plants if it's appropriate. But if we see a perfect world where maybe there's a huge amount of investment that wants to come back into this production area, we have some optionality to bring gas plants back online. And so we're currently considering that for a place like Racines. It would be one of the candidates in this network where, let's say 3 years from now, 5 years from now, maybe our forecast is wrong and it's a stronger environment than we thought, then we have some optionality potentially to bring that back online. But yeah, the crystal ball is really important. Today's world is good. Today everyone can get on the network. Today everyone is getting some initial benefits from the consolidation. We think the future, they'll sustain those benefits. And we actually could capture some upside if the industry really recovers stronger than what we're forecasting.
All right, thank you for that. It looks like Councillor Lougheed has a question.
Yeah, just one quick question. I know that for many of our local producers, the theft of strategic metals from their sites has meant the difference between being able to continue with a facility or not. I just wonder what your strategy going forward is for security around your sites that have been decommissioned or have that potential to be recommissioned at some point in time.
Well, it's funny. It's not funny. It's sad that you mentioned this. I mean, even just 3 days ago, it's really more in Brazeau County to the north, and our Vigoré site where we did have, theft just recently. So it's a regular problem, not for the producing community, but for us as well. At shutdown facilities, we've already talked about zero energy. So there's a couple of things that we've considered with respect to a site that's now, cold with no people at it. First, safety. Obviously, we don't want theft, but we sure don't want anybody injured on the site. So that's why we talked a little bit in detail about zero energy. We do feel a responsibility there, regardless of theft. And zero energy, both de-energizing electric power grid and power utilization, as well as hydrocarbon risk, really important to us. But to answer your specific question around that, the key elements that we're doing right now, I mentioned that we de-energize the site, but we are maintaining security lights, security cameras, security fences, and there will be security to some extent, not daily security activity, but regular kind of site monitoring. We've now designated what we call a non-operating team. And this is a group from our existing operating staff that are now really the caretakers of these sites. Well, they will be using, security cameras and, remote monitoring to watch the sites remotely. There will be visits in addition to that. So the sites are not going to be manned, but we will be watching that. So that's the personnel and security side. And then purely from the very last element, which is what's on site steel. We had mentioned about zero energy, but that also includes us, and I didn't bring you a picture, but we've actually loaded up all of the portable items, lubricants, and kind of anything you put on the back of a truck. That's all been moved off site in sea cans, inventoried and taken away. So we're trying to make the site less attractive. What your comment specifically around was, things like copper wire and other precious metals. To some extent, we've seen tankage that's been stolen from sites, and you don't put that on the back of a pickup truck. Those are harder items for us to do security around. We are trying to come up with a bit better plan, watching what's going on, in the communities, around those heavier items, things that would actually require people to, bring tools with them and steal that equipment and bring large trucks in order to take it away. That's going to be an ongoing problem for all of us. And, monitoring it is part of it, and obviously working with the community on a larger security issue, that's another part of it. So only a partial answer to all of your things, mostly around safety, make sure people do get on site and want to take stuff, we don't kill them. And it's a real threat if you touch an energized circuit, and then from there making it an unattractive site by removing as much portable material as possible, and then finally just ongoing security and diligence.
Well, thank you. It's clear that you have a very distinct social conscience about safety, and we're grateful for that as well. I don't see any more questions at the moment. I'd like to thank Vanessa, Dave, and Lyle for your presentation. It was most informative. It's always good to have you present, and hopefully sometime in the future we can actually have you in person.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're looking for someone to make the motion that we receive an update from Keyera Energy Limited from the delegates as presented. Oh, Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. So we'll take a lunch recess. Will half an hour be enough time? Okay, 30 minutes. We'll be back at 12:30. All right. It's 12:35, and we're going to continue on with our agenda from Public Works, 5.1, Clearwater County's Dust Suppression Program. I believe it's an information item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve Laird, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, Council. Again, I'm Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations, and to my left is Caitlin Erickson, Surface Road Supervisor. On September 22nd of this year, members of Council expressed concerns regarding certain aspects associated with Clearwater County's dust suppression program. As a result of these concerns, and keeping in mind Council's potential upcoming challenges regarding the 2021 budget, administration has put together, for both Council and our residents, an educational agenda item outlining the county's dust suppression program. First and foremost, Clearwater County's dust suppression program, at a current 2020 budget of $757,000, is a nice-to-have program, solely established to minimize the influx and/or generation of dust on gravel roads or parking lots for our residents, which arise due to the movement of vehicular traffic. Unfortunately, for many of our residents, their perception is that they are getting hot asphalt, or at the very least, cheap pavement, a term which is often referenced to when cold emulsified asphalt oil is blended into gravel. Our SB 90 dust suppression option differs from the aforementioned hot asphalt and cheap pavement in that it is a non-emulsified product which is not intended to set up, harden, and for that matter, come anywhere near to the look or purpose associated with what would be deemed pavement. In fact, there are several factors that can and have affected the appearance and behavior of an SB 90 dust suppression, including but not limited to geographical conditions, environmental conditions, topographical conditions, percentage and type of fines in the gravel, as well as moisture content of the gravel. As can be seen by the attached lab analysis results for both 2019 and 2020, the product met and exceeded the specifications, such that the oil portion percentage and water percentage by volume was to be no less than 99.8% and 0.2% respectively. In 2020, the cost to apply the SB 90 dust suppression was $4,785 for 150 meters. Any additional material beyond the 150 meters was charged out at $31.90 per meter, which is to be paid for 100% by the resident, whereas the first 150 meters, as per policy, is cost shared and subsidized by the residents and county at 50% each, respectively. This option is covered under warranty until the end of the third calendar year after it is applied. Currently, there is approximately just under 76 kilometers, equivalent in distance from the boundary of the town of Rocky Mountain House to Sundre, of active SB 90 dust suppression within Clearwater County, of which just over 29 kilometers is still under warranty, to which maintenance will occur until, at very least, to the year 2024. The other option available to county residents is a water-based chloride or magnesium application. This program utilizes a chloride or magnesium brine, which is applied directly onto the surface of a gravel road. In 2020, the cost to apply this product was $1,014 for 150 meters. Any additional material beyond the 150 meters was charged out at $6.76 per meter. Again, the first 150 meters, as per policy, is 1/3 paid for by the resident and the remaining 2/3 subsidized by Clearwater County. This option is under warranty by the county until September 30th of the year it is applied. In of itself, over the last 4 years, Clearwater County has subsidized the dust suppression program at a cost to the ratepayers of approximately $500,000. For each of the two dust suppression options, Clearwater County administration endeavors to always maintain consistency in their placement for each and every resident. Conversely, as per the attached contracts we make it very clear to the applicant that Clearwater County does not guarantee the effectiveness of the dust suppression agent and will not be responsible for any failure of dust suppression at any site. And as per policy, once the contract has expired, the county, at its sole discretion, reserves the right to return the roadway to its original condition. Finally, administration felt it would be beneficial for council to have an idea as to what our surrounding municipalities currently offer for their dust suppression programs. Hence, as can be seen from the table, out of the 8 municipalities, 7 municipalities only offer the water-based calcium option, with Ponoka County being the lone municipality to offer both oil and calcium. Also, at the very least, 4 of the surrounding municipalities do not offer warranty. Hopefully, the given information on Clearwater County's dust suppression program provided not only some clarity to what is involved, but provides council direction as it prepares for the upcoming 2021 budget deliberations.
All right. Do we have any questions? Councillor Swanson.
Thank you very much for this. This was very informative for me to learn about the neighboring municipalities in regards to what their dust suppressants are. And even the length of them per se, and so that was very good. Could you reiterate for me how many kilometers again of SB 90 we have on warranty till 2024? I missed that 1 kilometer.
Sure. It was, I believe, 29 kilometers are currently under warranty.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Councillor Lang?
Yeah, thank you for providing the comparison with other counties. Last night, as I was looking over this, it caught my eye about Ponoka, where they allow residents to fill their own potholes and they can use used oil. I don't know, somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought we're not allowed to do that for environmental reasons. Maybe you can just touch up on this or educate me, please.
Yeah, to my knowledge, we don't allow that or do it ourselves. I didn't question them or press them further when they explained that. So I didn't ask what type of used oil, whether that's like a used asphalt oil, I don't know. I didn't press farther, but yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah, I'm not thinking cooking oil is a good choice there. Any rate, other questions? Okay, I don't know, other than to receive this as information as part of budget considerations. I can tell you unequivocally, I have SB 90, and it's an effective suppressant in front of our home, and I can assure you, it's more than just a nice thing. And our house would be just dusted out all the time. So, and it lasts much longer than its 3 years warranty. So I'm grateful that. Councillor Lang.
So I guess one of the complaints I've had over the years is that with the SB 90, it does seem to be a much superior product and the residents do enjoy it. But the problem is when it comes time to remove it. You know, I always hear from my constituents that it's still good. Potholes, there's very few potholes. They can be fixed. That would cost less than replacing it. So what is the criteria that the county uses when you decide to remove it?
Sorry. Thanks. It's a few things. So it is mentioned in the policy and in the agreement. The main points would be if it's a hazard, if it's not suppressing the dust, or if it's a partial dust suppression. So it does say in our policy that we do not maintain partial dust suppression. So over the years, you'll find the edges and the shoulders will deteriorate. When you find that marbled loose aggregate, we can't really patch that with our cold mix that we use. If they are maintainable, we will keep them. We do try to keep them. And I understand the frustration with some of the residents when we do come and remove them. I guess it'd be a difference of opinions on what we, classify as not being able to maintain anymore as opposed to what they think.
And you have a supplemental, Councillor Lang?
Promise it'll be my last. I've also had residents contact me, and they're questioning on the methods used to remove ice and snow from the SB90. Like I guess sometimes like teeth are used on the equipment, and they're saying it kind of destroys their product. Is there a variety of ways that the ice and snow can be used? Is it used differently in different parts? And does this, is this method hard on the product?
So what typically occurs is when we do assess it in regards to its condition associated with the winter season, typically what we do if there is ice associated with that dust suppression, and of course that ice is a potential hazard to vehicular traffic. So we do come in there with the grader and what we call sandvik or they have sandvik teeth, and they try to scratch up the ice and therefore break the ice up. And on occasion, those teeth do scratch the dust suppression itself. But we'd like to make note and remind our residents it is not our intention to destroy it, but to provide safety for our traveling public. And in and of itself, it does not take away from what the function of the dust suppression is. And ultimately, that is to minimize the generation of dust. Come spring, summer season, now it might have a few scratches in it, but its function is still there, which is to minimize the influx and generation. Now, the other option associated with that is to apply rock, some gravel, pea gravel in essence, to provide some additional traction. But in turn, what happens then is, of course, people see it as we've now altered their dust suppression in that they now find pea gravel come spring and summer. Of course, that's put down to provide traction. So what we try to do is to, obviously, number one, not compromise the integrity of the dust suppression, whereby it is there to minimize dust. And if that involves using sandvik or pea gravel to provide the traction, keep that dust control, dust suppression viable, then we'll use that. But again, we try not to in any way compromise the functionality of that dust suppression.
Can I just add something? Just on top of Kurt's comment about putting down pea gravel, we used to have a winter rocking program. We no longer do. The plow trucks that we have are not capable of spreading the rock that was used for winter rocking. They can only the spreaders can only basically process our sand that we use, our winter sand, which is already mixed with salt. So anyways, we don't have the winter rocking program anymore, but where we do quite often put down the pea gravel is in Nordig, because the 1 ton or the little plow truck that they have there can put down chip. If an isolated location requires us to put down gravel, like if it's really bad, it will be gravel. It'll be 3/4 inch crush put down by a gravel truck. I just wanted to clarify, we don't have a winter rocking program anymore.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Duncan?
Sorry, you mentioned that I think dust suppression was 720,000 a year as the current cost of Clearwater County. Does that include our high-risk areas, the hills, hers?
Yes, that's correct. So 750,000 is the budget associated with and allocated towards both the SB 90 and the calcium, including our high maintenance areas. Yes.
Okay. And just a comment too, is that sometimes I see some of this rock put down by oil companies as well during the rig move and stuff. Some of that appears not from the county, but also from industry out there.
All right. Well, that gives us much to think about as we work through our budget. I can see the value in having that, having indicated already, we have that personally. I think that the biggest challenge we have is ensuring that we educate the folks in the community that this is not, this is a dust suppressant only. It is not pavement. There's, you know, we need to ensure people understand that, and I think there's opportunity for some public education around that, and I know that you work on it. I hope you continue that diligent work as we get closer to spring again and people are asking. We'll have, seeing no other questions.
And if I may, just Councillor, just in clarification, when I did indicate a nice to have, my reference to that is the remainder of our programs that we currently oversee in operations, public works, is legislated in terms of maintaining the integrity of our infrastructure and keeping it safe as per the Municipal Government Act. And this is one of the few programs that when I reference nice to have, it is not directly associated with any type of legislation.
Thank you for clarifying that, and we appreciate that there's few spots where you can actually look to beyond legislation, so thank you for clarifying that. So we're looking for someone to motion to receive the report as information with regard. Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Those in favor? That is 7-0, that's carried. Thank you again for your work. Now, we just need a moment, because the next on our agenda is 6.1, Central Alberta Tourism Alliance Trails Study. All right, Mr. Pratt.
All right, yeah, afternoon already. I just wanted to give an update to council about a recent press release from the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance, of which for this year and next year, I am the current chair. We finished a trail study throughout our stakeholder municipalities. There are 9 of us working together, and the trail study's name is Our Path Forward. I won't go into detail, it is available for people to look at. But generally speaking, as CATA's role is to work with each other to build the business of tourism in Central Alberta, and trails were identified a number of years ago as being an integral part of tourism. But as we were going on promoting and looking at ways to encourage tourism in the area and investment, we discovered our trails, we didn't know enough about them. And so that's why we undertook the study. The reality is that every municipality has some level of trail, but we didn't have a good inventory. And so this process allowed us to take an inventory. We did work with private stakeholders and nonprofit groups as well in getting their input. We also worked with Alberta Environment and Parks to get their input, and TrailNet as well, trying to collect as much information as we could. And in the end, what we ended up finding is we have about just under 4,000 kilometers of what we would call official trail. Official trail is that it is recognized, developed, or maintained by some level of either government or community group. And that ranges from hiking, mountain biking, to OHV trails, equestrian trails. And it was almost embarrassing, actually, participating in this with all of our fellow Central Alberta municipalities, because Clearwater County has certainly the lion's share of the trails that we were doing the inventory on. And the last part, and it goes, the consultant was very passionate about trails, and he came up with the signature trails, what it would take to have signature trails that actually attract people from around the world, that would be willing to fly here and pay to stay in hotels and partake in these trails. And that was a good exercise for us, and helped us actually recognize that the reality is most of our trails are what we'd call recreation or domestic trails, in that they're not set up with the appropriate wayfinding signage, development, and also supportive amenities that would make our trail system truly an international attraction. And he went through and listed off probably the 3 most potential, of which the one we're working on right now is the Rocky to Nordegg Trail. We are working with Alberta Environment and Parks on that one, and I'm very excited with the progress that is happening there. I'd like to go to the final page that I supplied, page 71 of the agenda package. And really, this is the focus of why we did the study. This graph shows how a trail can progress from simply being a trail through the woods into being actually an international tourism attraction. On the bottom left-hand corner, you have the beautiful setting, of which we have many scenic areas throughout the whole county. And then it progresses on to, is there a certain level of activity? And then you get into wayfinding, storytelling, trail information, trip planning, and beyond that, services, amenities, and then eventually actually experience packaging that people are willing to travel and come here for a week or two to go on. And I will say that the reality is we're probably a lot closer to the bottom left corner than we are to the top right in our area. Banff and Jasper, of course, sort of are the epitome of the top right for development, and the dollars that they bring in internationally reflect that. But it also reflects the property taxes gathered locally and the jobs that are provided in that investment. So our purpose of doing the study was to give municipalities support and information as they look at strategic planning for their trails. And for me personally, in my role, it really emphasizes that we have significant trails out here. The reality is they're all on Crown land, or pretty close to all of them are on Crown land. So it just brings up the importance of us working with the province again to hopefully get some land available to provide the services, the amenities, like more campgrounds, bed and breakfasts, hotels, whatever down the road, that will make these trails have a true economic benefit. Having trails that are great for local recreation, that's a great goal, and we all enjoy being able to get out there. But if we want a true economic benefit, we need to have the services and the space available close to those trails that will allow business to invest and provide jobs.
All right. Do we have any? Oh, yes, we do. We've got a question from Councillor Swanson.
I really enjoyed the report. I actually went online and looked at them more in depth, and even though you provided some, it was very, very informative. This to me speaks that this county really needs to lobby the government in regards to those recreational notes. That this speaks to me to say, if we're on the bottom right or bottom left, to get to the top right, we got to find a way to come to an understanding with the federal or with the Alberta government, and to get those nodes and get them up and coming, because we know that tourism will boom and continue. And I agree with you. Now, the one reference I would like to maybe make, or maybe it was a question to your consultant, because I've been to New Zealand and their trails are outstanding and all marked and well integrated. is that one of the examples that they're referencing to? Like, I'm just thinking from a global basis.
In particular, the hut-to-hut camping or hiking that he was talking about, New Zealand, the Appalachian Mountains, and also apparently Switzerland, Italy has lengthy ones where people can go on hikes for a couple of weeks. And basically they're walking, hiking most of the day and are able to have a level of shelter. Or actually in Europe, they actually have small little communities. That's your stop for the night and then you move on. And so those are some of the ones he referenced. His view out of that was, in particular, the landslide lake, hut-to-hut area that he was talking about. He said the views that we have are as good as in New Zealand and in Europe. So it is in a protected area, but he said the views make it something that people would want to see, and they would bring their money here.
All right, other thoughts? Councillor Duncan?
Just a comment. Sorry, just a comment, and you're absolutely right, Councillor Swanson. We do need to look at the nodes, especially on the east end. We have Nordic on the west end of the rail trail. The other comment I would make is that we just don't have that legislation in place in the Crown area as well, right? That's the difference between us and the European countries for sure, or even us in Eastern Canada where all the land is private and there's far greater abilities to put, you know, restrictions and timing and all that sort of thing in place on trails.
All right, other comments or questions? I actually, as I was looking at that, I seen the activities, and would that include activities such as geocaching, that sort of thing that would, you know, take you from point A to point B and et cetera, down the trail?
Yeah, it's activity that's taking place that isn't necessarily supported by local business at the same time.
Okay, and I guess my second thought was, is there opportunities for adopt a trail programs to get us to at least that wayfinding piece? So maybe some signage and some opportunities for various community groups or individuals to take on some of this, you know, as they adopt trails. And I understand this would have to be done with the government of Alberta, but was there any discussion on that level?
When we were undertaking the study, we were looking to the province on what legislation they were working on. I do know that they're working on Trails Act. They've released some preliminary information on that, but that is still in process. And things like Adopt a Trail would be a great part of that legislation to have.
I think so, but I might be biased. All right, if there's no other questions, I'm looking for someone to make the motion that council receives the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance Trails Study, our path forward, for information as presented. Councillor Duncan, any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you again for your efforts. I appreciate that. Hopefully we'll see a path forward.
Hopefully.
All right, next is Corporate Services, 7.1, third quarter of 2020 financial report. Just taking a moment to make sure that we're in the right COVID spot.
Yes. You want me to have this up, Tracy? What's first? Pardon? What's first? Just the agenda.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
So I believe there was a little trouble with the agenda item, and Tracy is passing around the operating report and capital report for the third quarter.
Okay.
So I'm just providing a brief summary of the third quarter financial report. Thank you, Tracy. Overall, the revenues at the end of September are what we would expect. All taxes that were levied in June are showing in revenue there. And the collection of tax revenue is shown as a separate item, so we would have a, at the end of the year, we will have an allowance for uncollected property tax based on whether the likelihood of collecting those taxes or not. And of course, it's not booked yet for 2020. An amount should be more clear after the December 16th penalty date on that. User fees and sales of goods is significantly higher than expected with the sale of properties in Nordegg. And last week, when I wrote the agenda item, we'd sold 17 leisure residence parcels, and Keith informed me they'd sold one more in between that time. So we're up to 18 leisure parcels and 2 manufactured home parcels so far to date in Nordegg. I think it's over $1.5 million in sales there.
I'm sorry, I was busy writing down the notes. Thank you for your patience, Councillor Hogan.
Where is that 1.5 million, Alec? Where do I see that on the pages I just received? Because I don't.
Yeah, so this is just to September 30th, so it's
Okay.
932,000 showing
Okay.
in the user fees and sales of goods. But Keith just gave me a verbal update for for November, and it's right around the 1.5 million, so.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Penalties and cost of taxes has only recorded minor costs due to the first penalty date being moved into November. Penalties were significantly more in 2020 than in 2019 due to the higher than normal amount in arrears from last year to this year. Even though the current amount outstanding in the current column, which is just the 1 year outstanding, is similar to this time last year, the arrears are higher. Operating expenses are as we would expect. Ag and community services includes costs for recreation, and of course, the final invoice from the town is not expected until they have all of their costs determined for the year. Another program is the airport and public works that also doesn't invoice to the end of the year. Emergency services is showing an overage of expenses due to the COVID-19 costs that are being recorded there. Clearwater County will be receiving a grant from the province to offset these costs. Nordegg lot sale costs are over budget due to the number of lots that have been sold in 2020, but of course these costs are being offset by the higher than expected revenue in the sales of goods line. Is there any questions on the operating?
Actually, I do. With regard to the grant to offset the COVID costs, will that cover the whole cost, or will it only be a portion of it?
No, the grant is quite generous and will cover all of the incidentals that we've incurred in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Lang.
Rhonda, can you explain under emergency and legislative services, the emergency services, the variance there?
Yeah, that's the COVID costs. Yeah.
I don't see any other questions, so carry on.
Okay. So the capital expenditures are down from budget, and that's typical for third quarter. Even though we've had what we would consider like 3 or 4 months of work on most of the capital projects, you know, those last couple months we try to get as much as we can done in there. And there's other reasons why capital expenditures are down from budget. The ones impacting the heaviest, the postponement of the solid waste asset purchases. Some projects are moving forward just later than what we had planned, such as bridge rehab, emergency and legislative services department expenditures, broadband, and the Leslieville Public Services Building. Some have ongoing invoices still coming in at the end of September, and work is still being performed after the September 30th date, such as the Norday Commercial Core and the Gravel Road Rehab programs. There were some savings realized in our capital projects on the Sunchild Road project and anticipated in the Norday Commercial Core project.
All right, Councillor Lang? Your light's on.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Any other questions? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the Public Works Roads Capital,
Yes?
and I see year-to-date at 15.4.
Yep.
Budget 24.5. Now, clearly that's the one area that could have the biggest overall impact on the total at year end, I'm thinking. So will a lot of that difference still be made up this year, or how much of that will not be made up?
Yes, it'll be the savings on the Sunchild Road project will be in that line. And I would have to have a look and see what that amount is for sure. And the other one that will have savings in it is the Norday Commercial Core, which is just the top item on the back of that page. And I don't know what the ending number is for that either, but I can get that and email that out to you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, I had seen Councillor Lougheed's light on earlier, not required, okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, your light is on. Okay, no questions. That actually is awesome. All right, so looking for somebody from council to motion to receive Clearwater County's third quarter 2020 financial report for information as presented. Councillor Lang? All right, any other questions? Seeing none, oh no, did you have a question? Seeing none, those in favor? 7-0, that's carried. Thank you for your efforts. All right, 7.2, Council's Christmas greeting advertisement for 2020. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. And thank you for allowing this late agenda item, but we thought we should get it before council just due to the short timelines to have the Christmas greeting published if that's council's desire. So really no change in terms of approach from prior years. This would be posted in the 3 newspapers, and the cost of this advertisement would be billed back to council individually.
Okay, so the motion that we're looking for, if everybody's happy with what's being presented, is that council authorizes the publication of Christmas greeting advertisements in the Mountaineer, Western Star, and Sundry Roundup, and on social media, with costs equally divided and paid by councillors. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you again for remembering and bringing this forward.
Thank you, council.
8.1, alternate council member appointment to the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission.
Good afternoon, council. So this agenda is before council today as the Rocky Mountain House Airport Agreement between the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County establishes the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission with members as follows. The commission shall be comprised of 6 voting members appointed as follows. 2 members from council by the town, 2 members of council appointed by the county, 1 independent member appointed by the commission, selected by the leaseholders and aviation groups based at the Rocky Mountain House Airport for a 2-year term, 1 member appointed by Sustainable Resource and Development. The agreement also allows for the above-mentioned organizations to send an alternate commission member in the event its regular member is temporarily absent or as stated below. Commission members shall hold office subject to the terms and conditions of this agreement and at the pleasure of the organizations. Appointing organizations may send to a commission meeting an alternate member to fill in the case of a temporary absence.
All right, it looks like it was just sort of an oversight that we didn't get it picked up on at our organizational meeting. And my understanding was that we were looking to try to keep a continuity or consistency on that particular board. It is my understanding it was Councillor Lang that was the alternate from the previous term. Is that still the desire of the group to keep the continuity? I'm seeing everybody's head bobbing in the right direction. Councillor Lang, would you be comfortable with that? Okay, so the recommendation is that council appoints Councillor Lang as an alternate member to the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission for a term effective November 24th, 2020 until the 2021 organizational meeting. Oh, yes, please.
Make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hoven. You were reading my mind. Any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. All right. Next is 9.1, CAO report. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So the November 24th CAO report. The Government of Alberta established the Alberta Firearms Advisory Committee to examine the impact of federal firearms legislation on gun owners in Alberta and consider how provincial firearm policies can be best meet the needs of Albertans. Albertans are encouraged to share their opinions through the online survey, which is attached by December 6th of this year. Second item, the Minister of Municipal Affairs accepted Clearwater County's application for grant funding under the MSP, the Municipal Stimulus Program, for the Lesaville East Road Grading and Base Pave Project. This new program provides infrastructure funding for new projects to help the community recover from the economic challenges posed by the pandemic and the downturn in energy prices. The project, supported by the Government of Alberta, is scheduled to start in 2021 pending Council's approval in the county's 2021 budget. Project objectives align with the Municipal Affairs MSP guidelines to sustain and create local jobs, enhance provincial competitiveness and productivity, position the community to participate in future economic growth, and reduce municipal red tape to promote job-creating private sector investment. Item number 3, Council Strategic Planning Committee is scheduled to deliberate and discuss the 2021 budget on December 16th and 17th. A special meeting of Council is scheduled for December 21st at 1 p.m. to approve the budget. The fourth item, the annual Stuff the Cruiser Food Bank event, approved by Alberta Health Services with public health measures in place, is scheduled for December 1st from 10:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the evening at local grocery stores. Councillors are invited to attend at predetermined times as per their availability to ensure adherence to health measures, a maximum of 4 participants per grocery store at one time. And the final item, Clearwater County received attention from the City of Toronto's Revenue Services Division. The City of Toronto asked for information on the criteria used to qualify small businesses for the county's small business property tax subclass. This new assessment subclass allows rural, non-residential small businesses to be taxed at a rate of up to 25% less than other non-residential properties. And I wouldn't mind pointing out, Council, that this was an initiative brought forward by this council, and our manager of assessment, Rob, implemented this in, I will say, such a proficient manner that it gleaned attention right across Canada, especially to the city of Toronto. So I think this is definitely a feather in this council's cap and assessment, so.
Please pass our thanks to Rob and the assessment group and your staff, Rick. That's quite a feather in our cap. Thank you for that. Councillor Duncan.
Just a question back to item number 2. Is that 100% funding through the province, or is there a share for us in that one on the Leslieville East Road grading?
The MSP is shared.
Sure.
All right. Any other, Councillor Lang and Councillor Swanson.
Mr. Emmons, can you give any more, I guess, sort of with this number 1, the Alberta Firearms Advisory Committee, is that regarding all the legislative policies with owning firearms, or the recent one that came in May 2020? And does provincial, would provincial needs or trump the federal, or? Thank you.
If I may, Councillor Lang, I'd respectfully defer that one to Councillor Swanson, because the government of Alberta can stay out of my gun closet.
I guess that's up to you then, Councillor Swanson.
I did do the survey, and it is in regards to the implementation of the gun, from May 2020. It is in regards to that. So it is more or less asking, you know, what's your knowledge about that particular legislation? What is your, whether you be a gun dealer or are you a recreation user or things like that. So they're looking for more, and there is a telephone town hall. I believe it's tonight or next week. Just look online for that. Just go to the link and it'll tell you that there's a town hall on this as well. So, yes. I do have a question though, for number 2 as well. Because we've just received this, I'm assuming that RFP to do this particular project, how soon will it be put out and awarded?
Go ahead.
Thanks. This project, I believe we have a reasonable amount of time to do this. It'll be done in 2021. So we will propose to include this in the capital budget for 2021, and pending approval by council, then early in the new year, that would be put out to tender.
Okay. Mr. Magnus?
I believe too, in my last discussion with Mr. Hansen, Director of Public Works Infrastructure, was the intent was, if council so chooses in budget deliberations, to move forward with the Leslieville East base pave, that our anticipation is that we would pave it in 2023.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions with regard to the CAO's report? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to 9.2, the Public Works report. All right, any questions with regard to the Public Works report? Councillor Swanson.
It's just a question in regards to the Leslieville Public Services Building. Nice to see that things are coming along. Can you remind me again the estimated completion date?
From what I've been informed from my colleague, Mr. Hansen, is he anticipates by the end of February it should be completed.
Okay, other questions? I actually have one with regard to the Nordic Historic Core and the shallow utilities. Are we putting in conduit for the broadband? That's a quick answer. Yes, good news. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, I'd say that's great. Thank you for your report. We're going to be going on then to councillor reports. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Yes, I did send out a bit of a written report this morning and left one on your desk today as well. The Museum Operations Board is one I attended yesterday. That's my first one there. And that board actually only meets once a year. It's kind of a board set up to work on behalf, or by the town to work on behalf of just approving the budget and strategic plan for the museum board itself that looks at the operations on a day-to-day basis throughout the year. And so nothing was too surprising there. You know, they are struggling a bit with revenues and haven't heard about some of their revenues yet, but will adjust their budget in the new year as things become more clear for them that way. NSWA board is working fine. I did send a link there to one of the videos we've produced there that I helped or had a small part in. It's about a 3-minute video, and then there's another one coming sometime here later in the next month or so, I believe, as well. And our ASB met last week. It's the first time we've met since June, I believe. So as part of that was our organizational. Jenny Melhoff is now our chair, and Jody Bignell is vice chair. We actually did review the ASB's 2021 budget under the new software, and a couple glitches there that we weren't entirely clear on some of the numbers yet, but generally we're okay with the budget. It's conservative, and council itself will have a look at that during our budget deliberations coming up. We did get one more comment from the Caroline area, that the people there are very appreciative of everything the county's done on the recreation side down there, and with the paving of the hub parking lot especially. That has been a long-awaited project, and also their renovations are complete there as well. So sorry, I may have stolen some thunder from one of the other members of the board. And I invite if Councillor Lougheed has any other comments on ASB, otherwise that's my report.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lougheed.
I think as far as ASB, I'd only add that there was a discussion around the loss of some of the key specialists we have, and how that will have some budget implications in trying to hire additional consulting to fill the gap. As for me, the 12th was the Parkland Regional Library organizational meeting, and Jason Alderson from the town was selected as our Zone 4 rep. The Parkland Regional has moved into their new building, and they also received budget approval on the 2021 budget moving forward. Also on the 12th, the David Thompson Rec Board met, and it did finalize what was included in the budget. There was also a discussion of the corridor school realignment and the demolition and construction of the new schools is going to limit the access to any of those recreational facilities in that town for at least 2 years. And there's also some consideration of trying to work something out with Wild Rose School Division, because they have indicated that they will not be supporting those structures with utilities in the future. So the rec board is forwarding a letter to Wild Rose School Division, probably to this group as well, as outlining their concerns and hoping we can find solutions that are equally beneficial to the community. And one other meeting I stood in for, a Zoom meeting for Councillor Swanson, was the Rimbey Regional Industry Crime Prevention Synergy Group. Very long name, but a fairly short meeting. But there was an interesting presentation by, and just bear with me for a second because I don't want to get the name wrong. It was Jenna, but I don't know her last name. Jenna Adams from Obsidian Energy, which was formerly Penn West. And they had a pretty good, I guess part of her portfolio as health and safety profile was that includes security. So they've actually, as a company, have hired former police officers to be part of an ongoing security detail within there where they actually investigate the crimes that happen. For instance, I did kind of touch on a little bit earlier today, but there was one company that had one heritage oil lease site that had $700,000 worth of electrical cabling stole from it. That meant that site was turned down and would never be brought back up again. So it can have sizable impacts to our industry in that they cannot afford to replace this cabling. The salvage value of this copper cabling is very small, but to replace it is extremely expensive. So that was part of they're also working at some solutions for to get some consistency in the reporting of crime, so that there would be a kind of a template that the RCMP can get, that complainants can get the RCMP or get all the information the RCMP need in a report, so that they can do the proper follow-up with that, and hopefully discourage some of these folks from stealing from our oil and gas industry. And I think that's it for me.
All right. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Nothing to report.
For myself, I've forwarded my report. Highlights include a site inspection we did with an engineer for Westview Lodge regarding some building materials deficiencies, mostly on the outside. We've got some timbers and stuff that need some flashing and whatnot. So that could have an impact to budget moving forward. Then the other highlight would have been attending the Minister Allard's town hall meeting for mayors, reeves, and CAOs. That was on November the 19th. Premier Kenny was available and did much of the discussion that evening, as was obviously Minister Allard. It was her forum. And Minister of Finance Toes was there. Toos, I'm thinking I'm saying it incorrectly. And Chief Medical Officer Dr. Dina Henshaw. Much of the evening was spent around COVID and what we can anticipate. It is my understanding that, and it was our chance as municipalities and municipal leaders to share our thoughts on the process. There was some concerns with regard to rural versus urban and different parts of the province, and just having, not looking at complete broad brush strokes through this. Given that our numbers have continued to go in the wrong direction, I'll say, they've been increasing, and we're now in an enhanced area here. I think that we will see additional announcements in the coming hours, in the coming days. One of the other things that was of interest was they asked to have schools, start their Christmas break early. They hadn't seen the numbers at that location or those to date, so they weren't really considering them yet, but we will see. The time is early. Of interest was looking at finance and budget and recognizing that we rely on the provincial government for grants, in particular the MSI funding. It was a little disconcerting to realize, and not surprising, that funding will likely see some readjustments, and we won't be seeing as much in the line of grants from there. Then we had a meeting, myself, Mayor Burke, and the CAOs with Dr. Bastard from the central office, because it was currently announced by the Minister for Health that we would actually have access to 19 doctors. We do not have that currently. There is some concern. We were reassured by Dr. Bastard that there will be coverage at the emergency room in the hospitals and so forth, at our hospital, and that they have prioritized our area for looking for 8 positions. For physicians. So we'll be following that closely. Beyond that, those are the highlights, and I did forward you my report. If there's no questions, I'll move on to Councillor Lang.
Nothing to report.
Okay, and Councillor Hoven,
I have nothing to report.
Councillor Swanson.
Nothing to report.
All right. So that being said, if there's no other questions or comments, I'm looking for a motion to accept the reports as presented. Councillor Vandermeer, Deputy Vandermeer, those in favor? 7-0, that is carried. So we're looking to go into a closed session for 10.1. Could we get a motion to go into closed session? Councillor Swanson? All right, those in favor? That is 7-0. That's carried. All right. Are we back? Okay, we're returning from in-camera session, and we've got a couple motions. We've got one motion that Councillor Duncan is prepared to make.
Yes, I would make the motion that council directs administration to negotiate an emergency management mutual aid agreement with the town of Rocky Mountain House and automatic aid agreements with the village of Caroline and summer village of Burnstick Lake.
All right, everybody understand the motion? Any questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is 7-0, that is carried. Any other motions? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, Rave, I'd like to make a motion that council invites Jason Nixon, MLA, and Town of Rocky Mountain House Mayor Tammy Burke to meet with Reeve Laird to discuss the Rocky Mountain House Airport regarding its operations, joint agreement, and public concerns with the intent to find a solution.
Does everybody understand the question? Or have any questions, I should say, to the motion? Seeing none, those in favor? That is 7-0, it is carried. I'd like to thank the administration for your continued efforts and your support. We recognize the hard work you put into every one of our agenda items. We appreciate it. By way of reminder to those watching, our next regular council meeting is scheduled for December the 8th, 2020, starting at 9 a.m. On November 26th, 2020, it is the Thanksgiving for our American cousins south of us, and we're happy to wish them happy Thanksgiving and a healthy Thanksgiving. We can always find ourselves something to be grateful for, no matter where our borders and whatever our burdens are. We also recognize in our own community and across the globe, COVID-19 continues to rise. We were reminded that our attitudes during difficult tasks will likely continue to create challenges for us, but our attitudes will create a successful outcome. I'd like to remind you from our council and staff to take appropriate precautions and please stay safe. We are looking for someone who would like to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is 7-0, it is carried. Thank you.